Engine room! We're taking on water!
A deadly crisis on a passenger ferry.
What's going on?
The damage was severe, and it was intensive, and it was fast.
The Queen of the North is filling with water.
Please, somebody help me! Help me! I can't get out!
You don't know how much time you have. You have no idea.
Not everyone gets off alive.
It just went down like the Titanic.
The search for answers takes investigators down a rabbit hole.
There was no way for us to prove what was the truth and what wasn't.
There she goes.
What's the real reason the Queen of the North went down? The passenger ferry, Queen of the North, is weaving its way through the rocky islands that line the west coast of Canada.
Never get tired of sailing through here. There's no place like it.
Captain Colin Henthorne is in command.
Come to port to course 190.
To port 190.
Spent practically all of my working life at sea. There's something about being in command of a ship that is very difficult to explain to anybody who hasn't experienced it.
The ship is on a 17-hour overnight journey from Prince Rupert, British Columbia, to Port Hardy on Vancouver Island. The narrow passages of the rocky coast make this a trip like no other.
The BC coast is really, it's a mountain range that's been flooded, and you get to sail through it.
Navigating those rocky channels can be challenging.
Right, come to starboard, course 195.
For the first hour, Henthorne orders every course change.
Coming starboard to course 195.
Karen Bricker is one of the ship's quartermasters. It's her job to carry out the actual steering.
The course is 195.
Looking good.
With more than 30 ships, British Columbia's ferry service is the second largest in the world. And this is the jewel of their fleet.
The Queen of the North was special. Although we had ships which were bigger, she was the most beautiful.
She didn't look like a ferry. She looked like a cruise ship. She had a flared bow that was a big part of her seakeeping ability. And when people describe the ship as being an exceptionally strong ship, as she was.
The Queen of the North has two enormous 16-cylinder diesels, delivering over 15,000 horsepower directly to twin props. All that power means the luxurious 125-meter ship can slice through the water at up to 22 knots or 40 kilometers an hour. It's roomy too. Queen of the North can carry 650 passengers, though on this trip, there are only 59. Perfect for Shirley Rosette and Gerald Foisey, who are on a romantic getaway.
My dad was just very much in love with Shirley. They had so much in common. They loved being outdoors and being in nature, and they both had kids that they loved more than anything.
I'm glad we took this vacation.
Jill Lawrence and her husband Ryan McDonald are heading to visit her family.
I had ridden on the ferry many, many times.
4, a pair, 6.
But this was my husband's very first trip.
You're winning again.
It was going to be a springtime vacation, doing some golfing, and so I was looking forward to it.
Oh, it's just stunning.
It's absolutely beautiful. And at times, the coastline is very close to the ferry. And you think, how is this boat getting through this?
The crucial first stage of navigation is complete.
Steady on course 133.
Steady on course 133.
Nicely done, Captain.
Second Officer Kevin Hilton has been with BC Ferries for about 25 years.
Switch to autopilot.
Switching to autopilot.
The autopilot, despite the name, does not actually pilot the ship.
The autopilot will compensate for currents and wind to keep the ship on this heading until the crew enters a new one.
This crew were experienced in the vessel, and by all accounts, it should have been just a fairly routine trip.
Going to get some shut-eye. I'll be back before Tomi Channel.
When I left the bridge, it looked like it was going to be a really nice voyage.
You have command.
I have command.
Nothing untoward in the way of anything. I actually spent more time in the Queen of the North than I have in any house that I've ever lived in. And that has some sacrifice to it.
Lynn Cloutier is a ship's cleaner.
Hey, Lynn, how was your workout?
Let's just say I won't have any trouble sleeping.
I hear you.
She's done her shift for the day.
It's like a family because you work with them 12 hours a day and 14 days straight. We get really close to each other.
Good night, ladies.
The ship settles into the quiet part of the journey. The bridge officers spell each other off so they can take their meals. Fourth Officer Carl Lilgert returns early from his break and relieves Second Officer Hilton.
Speed 17.5 knots. There's no traffic reported, but there is a southbound vessel ahead. Got it?
Enjoy your break.
It's a few minutes past midnight.
Prince Rupert traffic, Queen of the North.
Queen of the North. Traffic, go ahead.
In 2006, Marine Traffic Control doesn't have detailed radar in remote areas, so the fourth officer has to report their position.
Prince Rupert traffic, Queen of the North, just approaching Sainty Point, over.
When the ferry reaches Sainty Point, it'll have to make a slight course adjustment to port. After that, there's a long straight stretch before the next turn.
You have 4 or 5 channels all converging in this one area, so it's a little bit of an area of concern. This is why vessel traffic services are keeping a very close eye on what vessels are coming and going.
Queen of the North, Prince Rupert traffic, roger. You may see Tugcastle Lake. They're running slow with 23 sections of logs. Over.
The traffic controller warns them there's a tugboat in a nearby channel. The crew will have to keep a lookout. It's about 20 minutes past midnight. Everything seems routine. But it's not.
Oh no.
Somehow, the Queen of the North has hit rock.
I knew that we had gone aground, and I knew the damage must have been bad.
What's going on?
Second Officer Hilton races back to the bridge. The throttles are at full ahead, so he pulls them into reverse. But there's no effect.
All large ships are about momentum. And the faster that large mass is moving, the more damage is going to be inflicted if there's an accident.
It was just bang, 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 bang as it hit.
The ship slams into rock. Again and again, ripping its hull open.
The alarm bells were ringing. The mates are all running forward to get to the bridge.
Below decks, the ship is rapidly filling with water.
The damage was severe, and it was intensive, and it was fast.
Bridge! Engine room! We're taking on water! Lots of water!
Icy seawater floods into Lynn Cloutier's cabin. She knows she has to get out.
A big crash came down. My steel locker came down and blocked my doorway.
The heavy locker has sealed off Cloutier's only escape route.
I thought that last hit, we hit the bottom of the ocean because it sounded like it settled.
Please, somebody help me! Help me! I can't get out!
And then I thought, that's it. We all gonna die.
The passenger ferry Queen of the North is adrift and rapidly taking on water. The bridge crew is struggling to get a handle on the emergency, and Captain Henthorne realizes he needs to prepare for the worst.
I could see my chest moving in and out with every beat of the heart. I literally thought that I would not be able to speak. But I picked up the microphone and announced all passengers and crew to come up to deck 7.
Muster stations, muster stations.
Proceed to lifeboat stations on deck 7.
This is no drill.
Ma'am, you're gonna have to leave that purse here, please.
Is this serious?
Muster
Is this a
station,
drill?
please. Deck 7. Please listen to the captain's instructions.
I was
Thank you.
absolutely panicked. My husband was very calm, but I was panicked.
I thought we had just run aground. And that's why maybe why I stayed so calm, because there's no panic. This boat is just sitting here.
Traffic, this is Queen of the North. Queen of the North. Queen of the North.
We have run aground south of Staten Point.
Stand by for position.
The second officer radios for help. He needs to give controllers the exact location of the ship.
53, 19, 29,
113, 29.
37.
This can't be right.
The coordinates don't make sense to the controller.
Queen of the North, say again your position.
Below decks,
Somebody please help!
Lynn Cloutier's cabin is still filling with water,
Help me, please!
and she hasn't been able to budge the locker blocking her door.
This is crazy. Why this happened?
Somebody please! Somebody please, I can't get out!
Queen of the North, say again your position.
In the chaos,
Our position is...
the crew tries 3 times to communicate their coordinates to traffic control
What's the other part of that?
13 west.
13
without
west.
success.
Queen of the North, the position you gave me is not correct. It places you headed straight. What is your position?
South end of Sainty Point.
Henthorne gives his best estimate so rescuers can start searching for them.
Our list is increasing. Send assistance immediately.
Roger, we'll put out a broadcast on your behalf.
The nearest Coast Guard vessel is an hour and a half away.
Mayday relay, mayday relay, mayday relay.
Traffic puts a call out to any vessel that might be closer than that. The people of the Gitgat First Nation waste no time in responding. Their remote village of Hartley Bay may be far from everything, but it's just 20 minutes from the Queen of the North.
The radio is a whole part of our life. That's the quickest way we can get a hold of anybody in any kind of emergency.
The Gitgat immediately scramble their fishing fleet.
By the time we left and got our boats out on the water, I started thinking, how many passengers are aboard, and by the time we get there, was there going to be anybody in the water?
Time is running out. The Queen of the North is steadily sinking lower. The water level is now high enough to start flooding in over the vehicle deck.
Copy that. It's above the rubbing strake.
The rubbing strake is a band of steel that runs all the way around the ship. It's like a big bumper.
Okay, time to go.
Once that's below the waterline, that ship is doomed to sink.
Commence evacuation.
There's nothing that's going to save it.
I need confirmation when all the cabins have cleared. And I need a head count.
All the crew knew what kind of serious trouble we were in.
The crew checks the passenger cabins to make sure everyone is out.
Hello, is there anybody here?
You don't know how much time you have. You have no idea what's going to happen next, except that I knew the ship was going to sink.
And there was nothing else. No noise, except I can hear water running.
Below decks, Cloutier, still hopelessly trapped, is starting to suspect there's no one coming to help her.
It's funny when you think you're not going to make it, your head just go, and you're thinking of your kids and your grandkids, and you don't think you're going to see them anymore. I have to try to get out of here.
For her grandchildren, Cloutier decides to try again.
I worked myself to the edge of the locker to get to the back of the wall so I could lift it. I screamed and tried to push as hard as I could, and it finally went sideways.
Cloutier is free.
There you go. There you go. Keep moving. Keep moving.
One raft after another was launched. Lifeboat was launched.
All right, take your life jackets. Keep moving.
As the situation deteriorates, efforts shift from preparing to abandon ship to actually getting 101 passengers and crew into lifeboats as quickly as possible.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Lynn, are you okay?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, take the life jacket. Let's go to the lifeboat.
By this time, the ship had sunk quite a ways.
Let's go. Everybody to the lifeboats. Let's go.
Captain Henthorne isn't ready to leave yet.
Anybody here?
He checks once more to see if anyone's been left behind.
I ran through the passenger areas.
Abandoned ship!
I wasn't a thorough search, but it was a quick last look around.
Henthorne has found no one else on the ship.
Right down to the very end when I climbed down the ladder, I believed that we had evacuated everybody.
Less than an hour after striking a rocky island, the Queen of the North is going down. She's drifted into a deeper part of the channel, and there's nothing the passengers and crew can do but watch and wait.
Where the rafts were already lashed together, and we could see the ship sinking lower and lower and lower.
Jill Lawrence is alone, separated from her husband, Ryan.
Ryan insisted I get on the first lifeboat. He said, "You go, I'll be fine." I remember holding on to each person on either side of me, like holding their hands. I had no idea who they were or anything, just for contact with someone.
We all got off the boat relatively quickly, but I was sitting there getting more and more nervous.
I was alternately praying that some miracle would save it and praying that it would just hurry up and go so I didn't have to watch.
Okay, double check that head count ASAP.
The evacuees are adrift nearly 100 kilometers from any city, and the Coast Guard is still an hour away.
There were people who needed medication, and people were getting wet, and they're cold.
But in the distance, the sound of rescue. The boats from the Gitgat First Nation have arrived, led by Edward Robinson.
We've been mariners all our life, so we just wanted to get out there and help in any way we could. I think it was about 5 minutes after we arrived, and she was going right under.
The ship's final moment has come.
It was really sad to see. You can hear the dishes, the crash, and it sounded really fast.
There she goes.
I said, our beautiful ship is going.
And the windows started to blow out. You could see spray coming out of them. And from that, it just went straight down, just like this. To me, it seemed like more of a salute as she left.
Someone yelled out, "It's gone." It just went down like the Titanic.
Everybody just sat there really silently, you know, because he couldn't believe that it actually had sunk.
The Git-Gats start ferrying survivors to land in their fishing boats. The Coast Guard arrives to help too, but it's still hours before loved ones are reunited.
It was pretty emotional when she showed up, yeah. It was really, really good to see her.
The passengers and crew become guests of Hartley Bay, a village of 200 people.
The people of Hartley Bay were just amazing. I'm sure every house brought clothes and food.
Everybody in the village took their cell phone out and spread them out on the table for people to use so they could call their families and let them know they were safe. It was superb what they did.
But something is weighing on the captain's mind. The Queen of the North didn't keep a detailed manifest. He only has the total number of crew and passengers on board, 101. Henthorne is soon struggling to confirm that everyone escaped.
I need another head count right away, please.
We were counting all the time, and we kept getting different totals. Sometimes more than we were supposed to have, sometimes fewer than we were supposed to have.
Queen of the North? Gotcha.
3 time zones to the east in Gatineau, Quebec.
Gill Island.
Transportation Safety Board Manager of Marine Investigations, Ken Potter, has the same question.
I got the call as manager at about, it must have been about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, saying the Queen of the North had sunk. And initially, we were asking how many passengers on board.
How many? How sure are you of these numbers?
When we queried later in the morning, we were actually getting different numbers back. At first 102, then 104, then 98. And it became readily apparent at that point that BC Ferries did not know how many people were actually on this vessel.
Get me some firm numbers.
It took some time, but the company was able to come up with a list of everyone on board. And we're checking off against that list, and it was established that we had a count of 99 only.
2 passengers, Gerald Foisey and Shirley Rosette, are never found. They are presumed to have gone down with the ship.
My mother and my sister and I were just very lost in a sense. There were so many unanswered questions.
It was just a very difficult time for our whole family, both my dad's family as well as Shirley's. And I think with me being so young at the time, I couldn't quite wrap my head around the idea that he had actually passed away.
A fatal accident on the second largest ferry system in the world demands a major investigation. Heading the team in the field will be senior investigator Raymond Matthew.
Hey, Ken. Good to see you. Raymond, great to have you on board. Thank you. Let me show you what we've got. Okay.
Raymond Matthew is one of the most upright people I've ever known. He's absolutely dedicated and dogged when it comes to following up leads.
The key question is how the ferry ended up where it did, striking the rocks at Gill Island.
How on earth did they get so far off course?
What was the weather like? What was the visibility like? How many ships were in the area? And what crew were on the bridge?
The Queen of the North hit an island at nearly full speed of 17 knots. You have to ask yourself, how could you hit an island?
2 people died, right? So I just wanted to find out what happened.
There she goes.
What's going on?
Investigators face an enormous challenge in determining what caused the loss of the Queen of the North.
Bridge! Engine room! We're taking on water!
It doesn't carry a black box voyage data recorder, which would have captured navigational data and conversations on the bridge.
Send assistance immediately.
So when it sank, its secrets sank with it.
Baker at this time, ETA Pit Island Light 2235. Over.
The ship's radio communications, however, were recorded by Marine Traffic Control.
Traffic? ETA, Sandy Point.
2320. Over.
Queen of the North, Prince Rupert traffic. Roger.
They only keep their recordings a short while. Investigator Raymond Matthew has to act fast.
The first people that I spoke to that night was Marine Traffic in Prince Rupert, and tell them to hold all the information for us, all conversations, all tracks, so that it wasn't overwritten.
Matthew's quick thinking has given the TSB the only hard evidence they've got.
Queen of the North, traffic, go ahead.
Brief glimpses into the ferry's final voyage.
Prince Rupert traffic, Queen of the North, just approaching Staten Point. Over.
Nothing out of the ordinary there.
19 minutes of radio silence follows. And by the time of the very next radio call,
Traffic, this is Queen of the North. Queen of the North.
chaos has broken
We
out.
have run aground south of Staten Point. Stand by for position. 53, 19, 29, 113, 29, 37.
Investigators hear the crew struggling to give their location.
Those coordinates are not right.
Queen of the North, the position you gave me is not correct. It places you in Hecate Strait. What is your position?
There's some obvious confusion here.
The chaos and the panic of the accident probably played a role.
Our position is...
But the crew who were operating the ship should have known their position at all times.
13 west.
13 west.
On the Queen of the North, they had the most modern equipment to let you know of all the dangers that are coming your way. They have a GPS, global positioning system, and electronic chart space systems, the ECS.
The Electronic Chart System, or ECS, should have shown the crew their exact position throughout the voyage. So how did the ship go off course?
Oh no. Steer! 109!
Investigators turn their attention to the crew members,
Thank you for coming in.
especially the two who were alone on the bridge during those last critical moments before the accident.
Relax. Then just tell me what happened in your own words.
During incidents and accidents, people have a tendency to hide information, right?
Whenever you're ready.
For some of them, it's panic. So you have to put them first into their comfort zone.
I was a bit tired, but I thought everything was fine until we saw the trees.
Investigators review the crew's records. Quartermaster Bricker had been off sick for a few days before returning to work the night shift.
Night shifts are never easy.
Barry Strouch is an expert on human factors in transportation accidents.
Fatigue has been shown to have considerable effect on cognitive performance.
She could have been tired.
It degrades our ability to be alert, to concentrate on things, to focus. And the thing about fatigue is that you don't have to be falling asleep to be subject to fatigue.
The possibility the quartermaster was fatigued is worrisome, but it can't be the whole story. It wasn't her job to decide when to turn. That was Fourth Officer Lilgert's job.
There's a saying in the accident investigation field that human factors, not human error, human factors is involved in 80% of all accidents that are out there. I don't believe that.
Please, have a seat.
I believe they're involved in 100% because human beings design ships, they build ships, they operate ships.
Fourth Officer Lilgert tells investigators they changed course at Staten Point, just like they were supposed to.
Yeah, that's correct.
As he recalls, it was all by the book.
Steer 109.
Steer 109. 109.
Nevertheless, somehow, the ferry ended up far off course.
We were looking at the course changes that were necessary, and we realized that the actual track of the vessel led directly to where it struck the island.
In other words, it looks like the ship traveled in a straight line until it hit Gill Island, instead of turning at Sainte Point as planned.
So, can you explain that to me?
I don't understand it either.
None of the crew can offer a satisfying explanation.
The first thought that came to me was, they had 2 radars and the ECS system. What could have malfunctioned?
Investigators comb through the ship's records, looking for any sign of an equipment problem that might explain the disaster.
Hey, look at this.
The ship just had a complete overhaul, including the addition of a new autopilot.
The autopilot installation that we did during the refit did change some aspects of the operation of the autopilot. But whenever we change anything like that, the crew are briefed by the technicians on the change of procedure.
Switch to autopilot.
Switching to autopilot.
But the company did provide training on the new system, and the crew had been sailing for 6 days with no hiccups.
The radars, the alarms, the steering systems is all checked. There was no complaint of any of the equipment malfunctioning.
If none of the equipment failed,
Enjoy your break.
something else must have gone wrong on the bridge that night.
The narrative of the night from the 4th officer and the quartermaster is that they were watching the radar, they were doing all the things they were supposed to be doing, including an alteration of course. So if all these things are true, how could you still hit an island?
Oh no. Steer 109!
Investigators need to prove for sure whether the bridge crew input the turn at Sainte Point or not.
What's going on?
Was the ferry's grounding a failure of the ship or the crew?
The TSB now has conflicting evidence. They need data. They need really firm, hard data beyond people's accounts. But it's on the bottom.
In their search for answers, investigators are forced to take extreme measures.
It's on the bridge, right here.
They decide to send a remotely operated underwater vehicle 425 meters down to try and recover the ECS, or electronic chart system. Its data could crack the case, if it's intact.
It is critical we get this.
The ECS is hard-mounted inside the ship's bridge.
An ECS is, by and large, just a PC, and essentially that's what we were dealing with.
It's not shockproof
We have to go in through the window.
or waterproof.
The ECS was very crucial because without that, there was no way for us to prove what was the truth and what wasn't.
Investigator Raymond Matthew directs an ROV from a support ship floating high above the wreck of the Queen of the North.
Keep going, we need to get to the bridge.
They're trying to retrieve the sunken ferry's navigation computer, the electronic chart system, or ECS.
What the Transportation Safety Board needs is they need to get access to the ECS system, because that's the track, that's the actual track of the vessel.
The ECS should have recorded every move the ship made.
Here we go.
It's under 1,400 feet of water. What are the chances of that data being intact?
They locate the ship, sitting upright in the silt, almost half a kilometer below the waves. They need a way in.
Ship's bridge windows are made of armor glass, essentially to stop waves and that sort of thing from penetrating the bridge in heavy seas. But we needed to reach in and pull out that computer.
Somehow, they've got to break through those windows.
Give it all you got.
In the end, we used what's called a chipping hammer. It's a $3 hammer that one of the deckhands on the ship said, well, why don't we try this?
The unlikely tool gets them inside. But the delicate computer still has to survive the slow trip to the surface.
When we brought the ECS up through the window, at one point, the operator said, look, I have to rest it on the windowsill for a little bit. I was pretty scared.
If you remove anything electronic from salt water and expose it to air, it immediately starts to deteriorate. So in this case, our engineers were giving us, probably less than 50% chance.
The moment the computer comes out of the water, the clock starts ticking. Technicians must work quickly to try and bring the hard drive back to life.
The engineers that we were working with had changed the bearings on the drive, basically overhauled it, and then immediately downloaded it.
The hard drive survives just long enough to give up the data they need.
And then apparently the hard drive, it fried.
With the data in hand, the team should be able to recreate the path the ship followed.
Low tide was 2332.
That file that we took off the electronic chart system was plugged directly into the simulator. The only thing that would have had to have been manually inputted was weather.
Air temperature was 7 degrees Celsius.
We recreated the wind and all that stuff to see what the Queen of the North would have seen. We had to find the truth whether the alteration was made at Staten Point or not.
Okay, let's see what we got.
I didn't know what we were going to find till the moment we did the playback.
Prince Rupert traffic, Queen of the North.
The electronic chart system has captured the ship's position and every turn it made throughout the voyage.
Queen of the North, traffic, go ahead.
Investigators check that information against the crew's radio calls to shore.
Yeah, Prince Rupert traffic, Queen of the North, just approaching Staten Point, over.
That's odd.
They notice something unusual about the timing.
He called that turn in about 3 minutes early.
Course adjustments are usually called in once the ship is in position, but the fourth officer made his call before the ship got to Staten Point.
Here comes a turn.
The ship steams straight past the turn.
As they came to Staten Point, they were supposed to alter course to port, and that alteration was not made.
I guess we got our proof.
Nobody, no professional mariner plans on being in an accident. They do just the opposite. They intend to operate safely and professionally.
Investigators suspect that because Lilgert called in the course correction 3 minutes early, he gave himself time to forget to actually make the turn.
It is quite possible that somebody could say they're going to do something and then forget that they didn't do it.
Almost 14 minutes after missing that turn,
Oh no!
when Lilgert realized they were about to crash,
Steer 109!
another critical mistake.
Switch to hand steering!
Standard procedures went out the window.
It wasn't usually the quartermaster's duty to switch the steering over. Normally a quartermaster would have been at the wheel ready for the changeover, and it would have been the officer to watch changeover.
Switch to hand steering!
In the panic of the moment, Lilgert may have decided to steer the ship himself, leaving Brickert to do the changeover.
He asked her to do it, and she was unfamiliar.
Bricker was put on the spot at the worst possible time.
What's going on?
Investigators now understand how the crew could have momentarily forgotten the turn.
Get the captain! Get the captain!
But how could they continue to steam ahead for 14 minutes without noticing their mistake?
It's incumbent on mariners to know where they are at all times and to know what's around them. I mean, that's really the focus of the investigation. There had to have been something unusual that would cause them to lose situational awareness.
When a person makes an error or a slip, there's always an underlying condition. So we're looking for a condition that would have allowed that to happen.
Unexpected information about the crew
Matthew here.
adds a troubling dimension to the investigation.
When did all this happen?
We did learn that the quartermaster and the fourth officer had a relationship, and just before the incident, the husband of the quartermaster had found out.
Investigators are forced to consider the unthinkable. Did an extramarital affair lead to deadly distraction on board the Queen of the North. An investigation into the sinking of the Queen of the North has captured the public's imagination. Rumors of a relationship between the fourth officer and one of the quartermasters have ignited a media firestorm. The Transportation Safety Board needs to provide real answers.
We did go back and re-interview crew members with the ECS playback and have them walk us through what we were seeing on that screen.
Anything you want to tell us?
I wish there was more I could do to help.
It is frustrating because 2 people died. In my mind, when the ship hit the rock, he knew that he hadn't made the alteration.
Carl Lilgert sticks to his story.
Can a relationship explain an accident? Yes, it can. Does it explain this accident? There's no evidence to that effect. And investigators need to distinguish between facts and rumors.
With no hard evidence the affair played a role in the accident, investigators focus on what they can prove about what happened that night.
I have nothing to say.
And the one thing investigators have been able to prove is that neither Lilgert nor Bricker was paying proper attention to where the ship was going. And as it turns out, proving what they weren't doing is enough.
No. Steer 109!
Mentally, both of them were not there. They didn't realize what was happening.
What?
Switch to hand steering!
If a proper lookout and if a proper watch was being kept, the vessel would have seen the island with plenty of time to turn.
The Transportation Safety Board and the courts agree the accident happened in part because a proper watch was not maintained on the bridge.
Get the captain! Get the captain!
It's obvious that they weren't paying attention to what was going on. That's the most basic fact.
After the accident, several bridge crew lose their jobs, including Captain Henthorne, Second Officer Hilton, and Quartermaster Bricker. Fourth Officer Lilgert is convicted of criminal negligence causing death. He's sentenced to 4 years in jail.
It was a big investigation, and for me, I was happy when we found the ECS. The ECS proved to us that the alteration wasn't made. We found the reason for the vessel sinking.
The outcomes from this investigation, I think, have had a long-term effect on safety.
The sinking of the Queen of the North also sparks broad changes at BC Ferries.
One of the most immediate changes we made was that we put 2 officers plus a lookout on the bridge. We also instituted new procedures around how we count and record passengers.
The Transportation Safety Board's final report helps to bring in a huge step forward. Voyage data recorders on every vessel in the BC Ferries fleet.
This would have dispelled any gaps because it's evidence. It's firm, recorded, protected evidence of exactly what was said and what was done on the bridge.
But for many who survived the sinking of the Queen of the North, it's the uncertainties that haunt them, despite Lilgert's prison sentence.
I didn't even care if he went to jail. All I wanted to know was what happened. I don't care if you were in a heavy conversation together and you missed the point. Come out and tell us really what happened.
I tried to be the person I was before the accident, and but I'm not. I guess the PTSD, the anxiety takes a toll on you.
For their rescue of the ship's survivors, the people of Hartley Bay received the Governor General's Commendation for Outstanding Service, one of Canada's highest honors.
I was really proud of the community. We still get compliments out in the world there when we're out.
The memory of the 2 people who were never found will live on.
We took the crosses that my dad's old work made for him and Shirley and put them up on the rock at Gill Island. On my dad's cross, it says, "May you soar on the wings of eagles." Now, whenever we see two eagles together, we think of Dad and Shirley and feel like they're with us.
Hours after making a big catch, a fishing trawler goes down off the coast of Alaska.
I can't imagine how horrifying that would have been.
15 men are lost with no mayday call.
The worst day of my life.
The wreckage sparks controversy.
When I look at that video, I see a hole.
But what investigators find is even more shocking.
Oh no, don't tell me.
Can it explain the deadliest U.S. fishing disaster in 50 years?
It's the absolute nightmare of all nightmares.
More than 600 kilometers off the coast of Alaska, a 28-meter fishing trawler, the Arctic Rose, is working in the stormy waters of the Bering Sea.
How's the weather looking?
She's a little rough, but nothing we can't handle.
34-year-old Captain Dave Rundle is in charge of the vessel and her crew of 14.
Captain David Rundle was known as a good fisherman. He had a lot of experience. He has worked on all aspects of fishing. As captains go, he seemed to be one of the better captains.
Arctic Rose is one of thousands of vessels lured here every year by the lucrative fishery. The seas are rough, the weather is fierce, but the payoff can be huge.
The Alaskan fisheries, it's very much like the legends of the gold rush. There were times when people would come back and buy houses with what they made on a single voyage.
But this year, the crew's having a bad season. They're not catching enough fish or making enough money. Now they hope their luck's about to change. They've traveled more than 3,600 kilometers from their home port of Seattle to a fertile fishing ground off the coast of Alaska.
The Zemchuk Canyon and flats where they were fishing is almost a geometric center of the Bering Sea, one of the more remote locations, even by Alaskan standards.
Their second day here, they've already struck Bering Sea gold, a 10-ton catch of valuable flatfish.
If you got 10 ton, that was a big bag for that small of a boat. And you're happy if it was all the stuff you wanted.
Well, at least we're on the fish.
Yeah, better late than never.
We may actually get paid here.
They're hoping for more of the same tomorrow. Mike Hastings was the previous captain of the Arctic Rose. He knows just how quickly a fisherman's luck can change.
Fishing in general is a gamble. You gamble your entire life, your livelihood, your house, everything on what you're gonna catch during any given season.
So what do you think of her tomorrow?
I think we stay put. Here, take a look at this.
Captain Rundle's plan is to hold their position overnight so they can drop their nets in the same place tomorrow morning.
We just keep jogging in the same spot.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if it ain't broke, right?
Don't fix it.
You got it.
To stay on the money, they'll need to turn their boat back and forth in the heavy seas. It's a maneuver they call jogging.
It's a fine art to jogging. In big waves like that, if you go down too fast, you can bury the bow in the wave and then you can break out your windows. It's not rocket science, but it's easy to make a mistake.
According to his parents, Rundle always had a knack for catching fish.
Davy loved the adventure of the sea, the hunt, the chase, you might say.
People liked him, they listened to him, and it's true, he was very good at finding fish.
Rundle and his first mate, Carrie Egan, are experienced seafarers, but most of their crew are completely green.
Hi, fellas. What you betting here?
When they signed on for the season, many had never even fished before or worked in what's rated as one of the deadliest industries in America.
It's quite dangerous. The whole being in the Bering Sea is not a picnic by any way, shape, or form. If you screw up, you don't make it back. You gotta be tough. You gotta be tough.
There's a good reason why the crew of the Arctic Rose is so green. As one of the smallest processor boats on the Bering, it doesn't make as much money as the bigger boats that can carry more fish.
In the Alaskan fisheries, the crew tends to be paid all or in part as a share of the profits of the voyage. So they couldn't get the experienced personnel. They caught anybody they could get.
No problem.
The boat is cramped and uncomfortable. Arctic Rose is so small, the fish factory is squeezed onto the same deck as the galley and crew quarters. 20-year-old Jeff Meinke is the youngest crew member aboard.
Can't believe we're not done yet. It's all money in the bank.
He's saving up for veterinary school. According to his mom, he's looking forward to a bright future.
Jeff was a nerdy kid. He was real smart. He liked science. He liked everything. He had to know about everything, and he was always asking questions.
It's an exciting time for Jeff. He just got promoted to deckhand. It pays more than working the slime line, gutting the fish.
How'd you talk me into this mess? Oh, you love it. Oh, yeah.
A friend of his, Jimmy, had actually been up on the water the year before and talked him into going up. Jeff's never been one to go fishing. He doesn't even like fish. We both tried to talk him out of going on this because it's very, very dangerous. He's 20 years old. This is an adventure. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing ever happens when you're 20 years old.
While the crew processes the day's catch, up on the bridge, Rundle radios his friend John Nelson, the first mate on their sister ship, just 16 kilometers away.
How's it looking for you guys?
Pretty good haul today.
It's a chance for the two friends to catch up and share information about where they're finding the fish.
They had a lot in common. They both had little kids about the same age and stuff, so they enjoyed talking to each other. And John's a pretty nice, good person.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. Keep fighting the good fight.
All right, John. Talk soon.
If you get a good crew, usually that crew sticks together. They look out for each other. They kind of become a family, sticking together as brothers, brothers of the water, I guess.
Hey, Jeff.
The crew finishes cleaning up for the next day. Their season is almost over, and soon they'll be heading home.
All right. It's back to the sardine can. Okay.
On the bridge, they're changing shifts.
Okay, she's all yours.
Davey, I got it. Go get some sleep.
Yeah. All right. Give me a call if you need me.
All right.
First mate Carrie Egan will stand watch overnight, and Captain Rundle heads to his bunk behind the bridge. After 16 years at sea, Davies decided to call it quits and make this his final season.
Davy absolutely adored his family. His wife, I've never seen a guy look so lovingly at a gal as I've seen Davy look at Carrie.
Loved his family, loved his boys. I think that meant more to him than anything.
It's gonna be a rough night. Sometime after midnight, the weather starts to turn. The winds get stronger, and the waves begin to build. Mike Hastings was out on another ship, not far away.
The night was nasty. We had good 15 to 20, maybe 24 footers. It was blowing 45 to 50 miles an hour. I imagine it was quite nasty where they were.
Then, around 3:30 in the morning, something isn't right.
But all of a sudden, it takes a large lurch.
What the?
And they're thrown out of their bunks.
What's happening? Who's running the ship?
The crew knows they're in deadly danger.
Get up! Get on your feet! Davey!
Things can go from just fine to fatal, literally in minutes.
Icy seawater is surging into the boat.
We need to get her upright. Don't try to. Come on. Come on. Get her back. Get her back.
There's water flowing in everywhere. It's brutally cold.
Let's go. Get out.
It's the absolute nightmare of all nightmares.
Almost 400 kilometers from land, the Arctic Rose is sinking in the Bering Sea. Can any of its crew get out alive? The fishing trawler Arctic Rose is going down in the frigid waters of the Bering Sea.
Go downstairs. Get the guys. Go. 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 I'm on it.
It's a matter of life and death. The boat could capsize at any moment.
Abandon ship! This is not a drill!
I'm sure if you were inside that vessel when it was taking on water and filling up, it was mass panic.
This is not a drill! Stop! Okay, come on. Hurry! Get to the deck!
That water's cold enough where in 3 minutes you're pretty much losing your breath.
Everything's dark. The engine is stopped because the water flooding the engine room. They're disoriented.
Guys, get your suits on! Come on! Good!
Only one thing might save them: survival suits.
An exposure suit, it's like an extremely thick wetsuit. Because they're so thick, they're not easy to put on. They take some time and effort to put on.
For the crew of the Arctic Rose, that time has run out.
I had this dream the night the boat went down, and I woke up in a sweat. I actually saw the boat like it was going down. I didn't stop thinking about that all day. In my mind, I just got the feeling that something bad had happened. And it did. Something bad had happened.
A distress signal is sent out from the Arctic Rose. Its EPIRB, or Emergency Position Indicating Radio Beacon, is automatically triggered when it's submerged in water. The Arctic Rose's coordinates are transmitted to an overhead satellite, then relayed to the Coast Guard station in Kodiak, Alaska.
The Coast Guard Search and Rescue Station on Kodiak Island has a C-130 in the air flying towards the EPIRB position.
Almost 1,400 kilometers away, it'll take at least 4 hours to get there.
If you put the exposure suit on and seal it properly, you can have 12 to 16 hours.
If you don't have a survival suit on, you're just pretty much done.
As they rush to the wreck site, Coast Guard pilots contact Arctic Rose's sister ship, the Alaskan Rose.
All vessels in the vicinity, a distress alert has been received. Registered to the Arctic Rose.
Dave Rundle's friend, John Nelson, receives the call.
That's Davey. We gotta go.
They're only 18 kilometers away.
They steam immediately for the location of the EPIRB.
We've dropped a flare to mark the location.
Alaskan Rose, copy that.
They race to the scene as fast as they can, but it takes almost an hour to get there. The Alaskan Rose arrives to an eerie sight. Survival suits are floating in the sea, empty.
They find a debris field. They find oil in the water. After searching for about an hour, they also find someone.
There, port side.
They identify it as the captain of the Arctic Rose.
He's not moving, but he could still be alive.
Okay, I gotta go.
John Nelson puts on an immersion suit and jumps in the water with a tether.
People just don't jump into those waters. It's dangerous to start with, it's cold, and no matter how good you are, you don't have a lot of experience jumping into those waters because you wouldn't do it.
His tether's not long enough. He unclips his tether and swims on his own.
It's an astonishing act of bravery. Nelson is risking his own life. And it's for his friend, Dave Rundle.
I got you, buddy! Hang on!
5 hours after the Coast Guard receives a distress signal from the Arctic Rose, the crew of her sister ship are desperately trying to save its captain, David Rundle.
John Nelson starts dragging him back toward the Alaskan Rose. They're both hauled back and then hauled aboard the boat.
Come on! Stay with me, Davey! Come on, man, stay with me!
He's not breathing, and his body is cold.
They attempt to resuscitate Captain Rundle. They fail.
Davey!
He tried to save Davy. He was doing CPR, and he must have done it for a long time. The captain of the boat had to finally drag him off. He couldn't get a heartbeat out of him.
34-year-old Captain Dave Rundle is dead. Despite 2 days of intensive searching, no survivors are found. The floating immersion suits suggest someone took them out during the emergency, but there was no time to put them on.
The fact that nobody else was found means that all the rest of the souls went down are still there, inside the boat.
The crew of the Arctic Rose is declared lost at sea. It's the deadliest commercial fishing accident in U.S. waters in 50 years.
We got the phone call that his body had been found. The worst day of my life.
I've always thought losing a child is the worst thing that could happen to you. And it truly is.
I don't know that Jeff realized just how dangerous it was. Someday, I think he would have made a really terrific adult. He is missed. It makes my heart ache. I think about him every day. And I don't think that'll ever go away.
The families and an industry that employs more than 100,000 people need answers.
With the entire loss of the vessel, 15 people, no witnesses, it's a mystery. How do you unravel what happened?
You can just put that there.
The U.S. Coast Guard launches their highest level of investigation. Coast Guard Captain Ron Morris is assigned as the lead investigator.
What could possibly create such an issue for this vessel that it would go down so quickly and nobody have a chance to even say Mayday?
We need to find out everything about the Arctic Rose. Her design, her crew, everything. Let's get to it.
Because the accident was so deadly, the National Transportation Safety Board sends their own investigator, Bob Ford, to assist.
This area shows where she sank. It's called the Zemchug Flats.
Pretty remote location. It's about as far away as you can get.
A professional investigator of big ships, it's Ford's first time investigating a fishing boat.
Having no survivors, also no voyage data recorder. My first reaction was, this is almost going to be impossible to find out.
It was supposed to be done in 6 months. Took us 2.5 years.
The team doesn't have much to go on, so they learn what they can from the ship's last radio call.
We relied a lot on information from the sister vessel, the Alaskan Rose, which was fishing in the same general area. They had some radio calls. They talked about how fishing had gone that day.
How's it looking for you guys?
Pretty good haul today.
The captain planned to stay in the same spot overnight, so investigators examined the weather data for that exact area.
This should tell us what they were up against.
Maybe something unusual happened there.
When the Arctic Rose goes down, they had a weather front, 45-knot winds. It's going to kick up the seas, and it was a violent impact at the exact same time the Arctic Rose sank.
But in Alaska, fishing boats face conditions like this all the time. It doesn't explain the sinking.
How's the weather looking?
She's a little rough, but nothing we can't handle.
But if the rough seas alone aren't enough to explain the sinking, maybe it was the cold.
Icing is when your air temperature outside is cold enough where all the water that comes on the boat starts sticking to the boat. It's very common in the Bering Sea. You got to go out and beat it off.
When ice builds up on the upper decks, it can make a vessel top-heavy and dangerously vulnerable to capsize. But according to other boats in the vicinity, there was no ice.
There's got to be something else.
Investigators need to know more about the boat and its crew.
First, you want to find out what the boat was like. Who was on board? What was their experience? And then try to find people that knew them.
They contact government fisheries observer Jennifer Doyas. She knew everyone on board, and she got off the boat just days before it went down.
I was only home for a day or two when I got a call from the Coast Guard. It was shocking. I cried. It was a hard thing to process. The picture of the boat sinking, being trapped underwater, not being able to escape. It's hard not to imagine that and for it to kind of torment you.
So you boarded the boat on March 1st?
That's right.
And how long were you there for?
3 weeks.
Doyas has been aboard many different fishing vessels, and she's able to provide detailed observations about the operation of the Arctic Rose.
For being a factory boat, it was extremely small, the smallest I had ever seen. It's uncomfortable, it's cramped. That particular boat had a lot of guys on board for the size of the vessel. But that crew was surprisingly easygoing. They got along well.
And what about Dave Rundle?
Investigators turn their focus on the captain. Did he do enough to prepare the crew for an emergency?
The captain always gets the blame pinned on him when there's a disaster, and it ends up on his shoulders, whether he lives or not.
It's the captain's responsibility to train his crew how to put on their survival suits. So why were the crew suits floating empty on the sea?
So it's, you know, kind of captain do we got here?
Investigators wonder if poor training could explain why the crew of Arctic Rose never made it into their survival suits. They need to know if the captain fulfilled his duty to teach them.
And what about Dave Rundle?
He seemed like a very responsible and capable captain.
The last person aboard, Jennifer Doyas, has no doubt that he did.
Davey, the captain, he was very safety conscious. He held a safety drill when I was on the boat, and he took it very seriously.
All right, boys, we're all here. This is not gonna be new for some of you. You guys have been here before, but there's a couple fresh fish on this boat. I wanna make sure that we're all in line, okay?
He yelled at the guys, made them hurry, made sure they all understood that there was only one life raft, where it was, where all the survival suits were. He genuinely wanted the crew to be prepared.
What I'm gonna go over here will save your lives.
To pass his safety drill, each crew member had to put on their survival suit in 60 seconds or less. Not only did Captain Rundle properly train his crew, Doyas believes he's also the one who tried to save them.
Davey had the advantage of being on the upper deck, so, you know, the captain and first mate are up in the wheelhouse, and their quarters are right behind the wheelhouse, so they're up on the top deck.
The survival suits are stored on deck, directly outside the captain's cabin, which means he's most likely the one who pulled them out of their bags.
I could totally picture Davey grabbing all the survival suits, throwing them out of the bags, yelling for everyone to get up there, trying to get everybody to try to get into their survival suits, because that's what he would do.
But if the crew knew how to get into their suits, why did they run out of time?
They found Captain Rundle in his survival suit. It was not completely zipped up. And nobody was able to get into a survival suit or life rafts. I mean, so whatever happened, happened quickly.
The hallway was really narrow. They were in really tight quarters. It would be hard for them to all get out quickly.
What could sink the Arctic Rose so fast the crew had no time to escape? The search for answers takes investigators to Dutch Harbor, Alaska, the main port of call for fishing vessels working the Bering Sea.
So how long were you working on the Arctic Rose?
They track down former crew members, hoping they'll remember any problems aboard the Arctic Rose.
We needed to get to Dutch Harbor and just find people, fishermen off the street, go to repair facilities. It just hit everything we could. It's called gumshoe investigative work, I guess would be the best way. Just keep trying to find people. Dutch Harbor is the Arctic equivalent of the Wild Wild West.
Dutch Harbor was very wild and woolly, I would say. Everybody would go drinking, and there was a lot of fighting, there was a lot of animosity. This boat didn't like that boat. The crabbers didn't like the trawlers didn't like the crabbers.
And out here, not everyone likes authority.
Hello? Hello?
Hey,
Just like to ask you a few questions.
about what?
The Arctic Rose?
Yeah, I was on her.
It really varied in dealing with the fishermen. There were some that were really that whole pioneer mentality, leave us alone. And then I'd have others come up to me and say, hey, listen, you guys got to do something. I'm tired of losing friends.
We've all had crewmen that have gone on to other boats and died.
Several former crew members paint a picture of an inexperienced crew working in uncomfortably cramped conditions.
The Arctic Rose, everyone we talked to, no one had anything good to say about it. One person, there was a former fisherman from the Arctic Rose that was a little reluctant to talk. He said what a hunk of junk it was. Bottom line, it was almost a form of punishment to go on the Arctic Rose.
Then he mentions something that catches the investigators' attention.
Any defects at all? Anything you noticed about the boat?
She get rolling pretty good on heavy seas.
Right.
former crew members say the Arctic Rose used to roll uncomfortably in heavy weather.
Every boat feels different, but that boat, when it rolled from side to side in bad weather, would hang a little bit. It just felt like it hung a little bit too long, like it was indecisive it wasn't quick to correct itself and come back.
Even the former captain worried about the boat's slowness to right itself.
I think when she was turned into a processor that she didn't fare well, and I didn't really like it. I was concerned. And as soon as I got done with my stint on that boat and fulfilled my contract, I walked away, never to return.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for your time.
No problem.
If the rolling was as bad as former crew members say, it could be a sign the boat was dangerously unstable.
The picture that we're kind of starting to see is that we've got a small vessel with some problems, didn't make a lot of money. One of the biggest things that we were concerned about was stability.
Investigators drilled down to learn as much as they can about the boat's design.
Take a look. Wasn't always a trawler.
Yeah, I'll say.
The Arctic Rose was a trawler, but it didn't start out as a trawler. It started out as a shrimper, and it was modified more than once.
Quite a few modifications.
The fact the ship was altered from its original design is an important lead.
Yeah.
Anytime you start changing a vessel from its original configuration, you got to worry about things that are being added to it, extra weight, things higher up in the superstructure. What are they doing to account for that?
Stability is important on any vessel, but especially so on a fishing boat.
Most ships, you load them with cargo and they sail to another port. And you calculate the stability, and the stability stays about the same. Fishing boats, stability is changing all the time. As soon as they start catching fish, their stability changes. They're also hoisting heavy nets up into the air, which is detrimental to their stability. Your stability is always changing.
Did converting the Arctic Rose into a processor make it so top-heavy it capsized in the rough seas? To find out, investigators meet the naval architect responsible for most of the changes.
Okay, so we're just trying to better understand the modifications to the ship.
Yes, I remember it very well.
He provided us a lot of information. All the conversion information, fuel tanks, ballast tanks. He was very valuable, what he provided.
Changes to Arctic Rose include adding the entire processing factory, a concrete floor to level the deck, and a massive steel gantry to haul the net.
I had to add quite a bit of weight to the vessel.
It's not just the steel, but also the processing equipment, the freezers, the refrigeration system. Added weights up high mean that the vessel would become less stable.
Investigators learned that although the modifications did make the boat heavier, as long as the watertight hatches were closed, the Arctic Rose was considered seaworthy and safe.
It was all by the book. She should have been fine.
Thanks for coming in.
The vessel was small, but they'd gone through their stability test. They'd done their due diligence, I guess you might say, as far as, making sure that the vessel was safe to operate.
Investigators are stumped. If the modifications were safe and the boat was stable, then to find out why it sank, they'll need to see the vessel for themselves.
The only way we're going to nail this one down is an ROV has to go down and see this boat.
The search for answers is about to take investigators 130 meters to the bottom of the Bering Sea. 3.5 months after the sinking of the Arctic Rose, sonar has pinpointed the location of the wreck. Investigators need to study every inch of it to find clues to explain why it sank. But first, they pause to remember the dead.
It was tough. Yeah. You got to think about 15 people. and we said our words, and it was kind of surreal at that point. But anyway, that was tough.
The team lowers a remotely operated vehicle past an eerie web of floating debris and fishing nets to transmit live images of the wreckage.
Passing 200 feet.
It was spooky because when it gets up there and you see this hull, is it the right boat? Is it the right boat?
See that? Can you get me closer?
Pretty soon, we're taking these pictures and you see a cruise by, it says Arctic Rose. Oh my God, you found it.
Let's start at the hull.
It was good to see the hull and the superstructure, and we started working our way up on this vessel. It was sitting upright on the bottom, just like somebody just placed it there. Everything looked intact. The hull didn't have any damage that we could see. The windows were intact in the pilot house. The propeller, all that was there. So these are eliminating things. They're helping us see what the condition of the vessel is. What we saw, everything looked good.
See that?
Then, something on the hull catches their eye.
We saw this dark spot on the hull. We didn't know if it was a hole or not.
If it's a hole, it might explain what set off the disaster. When Bob Ford sees the footage, he's convinced.
I see a hole. There's no doubt when I look at that video, that one light spot, and I finally looked and said, that is basically something internal to that space. That's what we're seeing a reflection back of. That's not a shadow. That's not paint. That's a hole.
Not only does Ford think it's a hole, he also thinks he knows what caused it.
The trawl doors were missing.
Trawl doors are steel fins designed to hold the fishing nets open during fishing. Each one can weigh more than 200 kilograms.
So they would trawl during the day, but at night they would keep them winched into the side of the boat.
The starboard trawl door could have been fastened just meters away from what Bob thinks is a hole. Is it possible it broke free and slammed into the hull during the storm?
I am convinced it is the trawl doors that broke loose and popped a hole in it and punctured or ruptured the hull.
Coast Guard investigators on the scene decide to test what they're seeing. If it's a hole, they should be able to pass the arm of the ROV right through it.
We put the ROV right up next to the hull. We had this little manipulating arm, and we were tapping at the hull, trying to penetrate it, and it didn't.
I don't think that's a hole.
To us, it appeared like it was just paint that had been chipped off or missing. It might have been hit by a trawl door and taken off that paint, but we didn't think it was a hole in that vessel.
Coast Guard investigators are convinced the odd marking is not a hole, and they continue exploring the wreck. Then, at the stern of the vessel, they find what could be the smoking gun, a large open hatch.
Oh no, don't tell me.
The opening leads to one of the largest compartments on the boat, the fish processing area.
The weathertight door on the starboard side being open is an important issue for us because it's supposed to maintain watertight integrity. Why was it open?
The open hatch is wide enough that each crashing wave could land tons of seawater inside the processing area.
The hatch is open. In that weather, a lot of water could have gotten in.
It's possible the door was simply left open when the crew tried to escape. But testimony from Jennifer Doyas suggests otherwise.
It was not uncommon for the weathertight door to be open.
And you saw that firsthand?
Yes, I did.
The rear hatch out of the factory onto the main deck. They were just in and out of that hatch all the time. They tended to leave it open. During the investigation, there was a lot of talk about that, and because that was the most critical point where water would enter the boat.
If your door's tied open, you could definitely get water in that door.
The hatch was found open. The boat was heavy, and it was in a storm. It's a bad combination, but is it enough? If the processing area was the only area flooded, it shouldn't have caused the Arctic Rose to sink. Captain Rundle's friend, John Nelson, has already provided another clue.
So you spoke to him that night?
Yeah, I spoke to Davey.
All right, John. Talk soon.
Something Davey told him that night might finally explain why the Arctic Rose went down. Investigators examining the sinking of the Arctic Rose have uncovered an important piece of the puzzle, a detail from the last conversation between the captain and his friend.
He's concerned about the sub pumps.
They discussed the fishing, they discussed the problems they're having.
Yeah, the damn pump got clogged again.
Captain Rundle's talking about how the sump pumps are being jammed by fish heads and entrails because the crew does not know how to keep things clean.
Dave Rundle's biggest complaint, they just wouldn't keep the gut chute, the processing space clean and clear. Maybe they just didn't recognize the danger.
It's a troubling discovery. Clogged drains could have allowed water flooding into the processing area to build up even faster. But what made it deadly was the fact the aft hatch wasn't the only one the crew likely left open.
They left the hatches open all the time. And it wasn't just the back hatch. All the interior hatches were always left open. So if the vessel started to flood, it would take no time at all, once the water got to a certain level, for it to spill down into the engine room, into the galley. I mean, the whole boat would flood so fast.
The water would accumulate and wouldn't be able to be pumped out.
With the hatches open in bad weather, water could have passed through the processing area and down into the engine room in as little as 1 minute 40 seconds. It's not enough time for the crew to escape.
In a dark room, upside down or on your side, how do you get out? I mean, I can't imagine how horrifying that would have been for people.
2.5 years after the tragedy, Coast Guard investigators believe they now know what likely sank the ship.
Okay, here's what our analysis shows.
Around 3:30 in the morning, the Arctic Rose is jogging through rough weather.
You got the mate on watch. Everybody else is probably asleep, waiting for the next morning to have a good trawl.
Large waves begin to wash over the aft deck into the open hatch.
With the door open, water's coming in.
It all starts flowing through our open hatch. Water floods into the processing area.
With several internal hatches also open, water surges into the main cabin and down into the compartments below.
Followed through and into the lower levels in the engine room.
The flooding causes the Arctic Rose to roll onto its side.
Each time she rolled, more water flooded in.
Engine stalls. The boat starts going down by the head. Rundle realizes it's too late. Started getting the bags out of the survival suit locker.
Whether he knew it or not, he was sacrificing himself for his crew.
And they just ran out of time.
Very quickly, she rolled, laid over on her side, and sank.
Her crew, fighting for their lives, are likely trapped inside as the Arctic Rose goes down.
Would have been over in a matter of minutes.
In the wake of the accident, the Coast Guard launches a full review of the safety standards for smaller processor boats operating on the Bering Sea. Among them is a requirement to install alarms on all watertight doors to warn the crew if they've been left open.
Fishing industry there's a lot of casualties, there's a lot of things going on. They still are. I think we did the best we could to try to find out for the families what happened and give them some answers.
8 years after the sinking, fishermen on the Alaskan coast find human bones in their catch. DNA tests confirm they belong to Jeff Meinke. His parents travel to Alaska to recover their son's remains.
I didn't want him to be alone anymore. I said, David, we have to go up and get him. I don't want him to have to come home alone. So we flew up there and picked him up and brought him home. I think that if nothing else, there were a lot of lives in the future that will be saved. They learned there were a lot of boats that shouldn't be up there. And they retired a lot of the fleet.
We think about Davy a lot. He had 3 sons. At the time of Davy's death, Davin was 14, Willie was 12, and Max was 4. I would like them to remember him as the loving, funny, goofy dad that they all loved.
We got the fire alarm on deck 4.
A passenger ferry in a winter storm
Fire! We've got fire!
bursts into flames.
This fire spread very quickly and got incredibly hot.
Passengers and crew are trapped on board.
People were lost, people died.
Nearly all the evidence has been consumed by the flames.
Have you ever seen heat pattern like this?
What started the fire?
Was there something on board that shouldn't have been there?
And why did it spread so fast?
I said, I don't think we're getting off this boat. This is it, we're gonna die.
December 28, 2014. The passenger ferry Norman Atlantic is fighting its way through a brutal winter storm. It's the holidays, and the ship is crammed to near capacity with 417 passengers.
Nice night.
Captain Argilio Giacomazzi is keeping a constant check on the deteriorating conditions.
What have we got? Wind is southwesterly, 55 knots. Waves is 6 meters.
The Norman Atlantic is encountering some heavy seas at this point. It's not something she's not designed for, but it's rough.
The ferry is just 3.5 hours into a 20-hour overnight trip from Igoumenitsa, Greece to Ancona, Italy. And the storm is gaining strength.
The Norman Atlantic is a typical roll-on, roll-off passenger ferry, whereby trucks and cars roll on up over a stern ramp and make their way or are parked along the main decks.
The Norman Atlantic has 5 vehicle decks. They're packed with 90 cars and over 100 trucks. The upper garage deck even has large openings that help clear exhaust during loading. Leonidas Konstantinidis has parked his truck below. Now he needs a seat.
I didn't have a cabin, and there was no seating available in the lounge. The ship was suffocatingly full.
It's against the rules, but in the end, Konstantinidis goes down to deck 4.
I went to the truck out of necessity. It was the only place where I could rest for a while.
While he kicks back in the sleeper compartment of his truck,
Hello?
Nick Channing Williams and his fiancée, Regina Theophili, are more fortunate. They manage to book a cabin.
No, we're in the cabin. I always call my mother to say, hey, I've got on the boat. And I said, I'll call you in 24 hours if I ever get off this thing. Being ironic because this was a very small boat in comparison to what I've normally traveled that route with.
Let's go. All right, hippo.
You ready for bed?
No.
What?
Mia Daltas is also on board with her husband and 2 daughters.
I always felt safe on ships, but I felt really anxious, which is unlike me. Phaedra, just before she went to sleep, said, Mummy, can ships sink? And I remember saying, no, of course not. Of course they don't. Don't worry, we're very safe here.
The captain is off the bridge for the moment. Second mate Alessandro Coronelli is on watch. He and seaman Francesco Nardulli stay vigilant as the night wears on.
Alessandro. Yes? Take a look out this window. What, it's smoke?
The bridge crew think they see smoke, but the area they're looking at is 3 decks down. With the wind and rain, it's hard to tell.
You better go to the garage. Check it out.
The second officer asked the naval seaman to go down. Have a look, it's down in deck 4. He has a little bit of a difficult time because the trucks are packed in there.
Seaman Nardulli sees smoke rising over the rows of refrigerator trucks, running their generators to keep their fridges going.
Yeah, it looks like it's the exhaust from one of the refrigerator trucks.
He's satisfied there's nothing to worry about and heads back up toward the bridge. But on deck 6, something makes Mia Daltas wake up.
I just could smell something really odd, a bit like exhaust fumes. And the smell was getting stronger.
On the bridge,
What's going on? Captain, we've got a fire alarm on deck 4. Fire! We've got fire!
Of all the things that occur on board a ship, a fire is the most frightening situation.
Crew call! Crew call!
they need to get a fire crew to deck 4.
You have nowhere else to go. There's no fire trucks, there's no firemen coming. You have to fight the fire yourselves.
Still in his truck, Leonidas discovers he's surrounded by flames.
I was sitting in the sleeper of my truck, and I started to hear something falling on the top of the cab like rain or hail. The cab is made of plastic all around. In no time, it was on fire.
We need the drenchers on deck 4, now!
The captain orders the next crucial line of defense.
The drenchers! Yes, sir.
Huge electric pumps force seawater through a grid of high-pressure sprinklers. The drenchers. But the fire is growing.
Marcus opened the door. There was a lot of smoke. There were people running around.
Nick, get the kids up, get the kids up.
Smoke is spreading through the ship's ventilation system, alarming the passengers.
Wake up. We're going to go for a walk, okay?
The team responding to the crew call know the longer it takes to reach the blaze, the harder it will be to stop.
If they lose control of this fire, then they have to possibly abandon ship with passengers in a storm. So the pressure is mounting to get it under control as quickly as possible.
Every passenger and crew member on the ship is depending on what this team can do.
No!
Hold! Hold! Captain, we can't go in. It's too hot.
This is the worst possible news for the captain. He needs to figure out what they're going to do.
Bring this in Coast Guard Station. This is the Norman Atlantic. We need help. We have a fire on board.
The ferry is in the middle of the Strait of Otranto. It's almost 100 kilometers to Brindisi, the closest major port in Italy. Brindisi immediately mobilizes its firefighting tugboats. They're equipped with powerful water cannons, the only thing that might suppress the blaze. Even at full throttle, it'll take them at least 5 hours to reach the ferry. Until then, the passengers and crew must face the raging fire on their own.
I was frozen. I said to myself, I'm done. This is it. I won't survive.
A fierce fire that appeared to spring out of nowhere is consuming the passenger ferry Norman Atlantic. And the crew seems powerless to fight it. Flames are shooting out of Deck 4, and they're rapidly growing higher. The passengers haven't heard any instructions, but it's obvious to Mia Daltas and her husband. Their family is in danger.
We ran out, and there was no sign of anyone telling us what to do or what was going on.
On Deck 4, Leonidas Konstantinidis needs to escape from his burning truck fast.
I couldn't remember where the exit was. I had to decide, go forward or back. In the end, I went towards the back of the ship.
Prepare to deploy, but do not launch the lifeboats.
Captain Giacomazzi orders his crew to be ready to abandon ship, just in case. The Norman Atlantic is equipped with 2 covered lifeboats, as well as inflatable life rafts stored in canisters. It should be enough to evacuate over 1,000 people. But the captain doesn't want to use any of them yet.
We cannot put the lifeboats in the water in this weather.
Abandoning your ship at sea is the last resort. It's a storm. There's over 50 knots of wind. The lifeboats are going to be tossing around in these seas. A very risky scenario.
Nick Channing-Williams and Regina Theophili are among the hundreds now struggling to find safety.
We ran out on deck amidst a whole lot of confusion.
Nick and Regina start handing out life jackets, but some passengers are starting to lose control.
The floor started getting quite hot. You could feel the floor warming up under your feet. That set in quite a lot of panic. I understand that people panicked, but just, life jackets, they were being passed to women and children, and there were grown men taking them away from them.
What are you doing?
Which was, for me, very shocking. I remember it as just mayhem.
The flames were just enormous. There would be a massive whoosh, and huge flames would just fly up into the sky, and it was just so horrifically frightening.
The flames are forcing the passengers higher and higher on the ship.
Everybody just wanted to get up as high as they could.
My overwhelming feeling was, I don't want my children to die here like this, And I did feel like that was a possibility.
As the fire eats through more and more of the ship's systems, it creates a new problem. The engines shut down.
Captain, we've lost power. Damn it!
When the lights went out, I think that put the fear of God in just about everybody.
Captain Giacomazzi's ship is dead in the water and burning out of control. Then, things get much worse.
The lifeboats are gone.
The lifeboat and life rafts on the starboard side have been destroyed by flames, and panicked passengers and crew launched the rest of the boats before they were full.
The captain hasn't even given the order to abandon ship.
I think there was 3 lifeboats that went off empty. There was just chaos, utter chaos. And that was at the point where I put my arms around Regina and I said, I don't think we're getting off this boat. As in, this is it, we're gonna die.
Over 350 passengers are now stranded on the upper decks.
You could actually see the flames licking around the side of the boat.
The only alternative to the fire is the merciless sea far below. Some of those trying to make their way into life rafts have fallen into those stormy waters. For them, time is short.
You're in the ocean in a storm. The waves may batter you against the side of the ship, or they may simply overwhelm you.
On deck 4, the blaze has driven Leonidas Constantinides all the way to the back of the ship. It's the end of the road.
Once the fire started to spread, I was trapped. There was a wall of heat in front of me.
Then he has a stroke of luck. There's a cable dangling from the ship down into the sea, a possible escape route from the raging fire.
It was a choice between getting burnt or drowning. I grabbed the cable and went down into the sea. I chose the water instead of the fire.
By 11:30 in the morning, the Norman Atlantic has been burning for 6 hours.
The boat started to list. And then that sort of set the fear of God in you again.
Coast Guard vessels have arrived to start rescuing passengers and crew. But they can only sit and watch.
Rescue boats can't come alongside the Norman Atlantic. The vessel is pitching and rolling and it's still on fire.
We still hadn't got any closer to being rescued, and the floor was burning hot. We were wondering what's stopping the whole thing from exploding.
The firefighting tugboat, Marietta Beretta, has been running at full throttle since before sunrise. Captain Niccolo Marangeli spots the ferry.
We could see this very tall column of smoke, and we realized the extent of the fire was very serious.
Finally on site, Marangeli goes right to work. 46,000 liters of seawater per minute are blasted out of the tug's water cannons.
We tried to stop the flames from reaching the upper deck, where all the passengers were gathered.
The only hope of reaching those passengers is by helicopter. The Greek and Italian armed forces are responding, but even military choppers are kept at bay.
A helicopter had already arrived, but the smoke was blocking their visibility.
The Norman Atlantic has lost power and is essentially drifting. The vessel is not able to keep its head up into the wind.
Somehow, the disabled ferry needs to be turned and steadied to give the helicopters a fighting chance. The Marietta Beretta moves in close to try to attach a tow line.
We used the tow cable to tow the ferry upwind so the smoke would blow in the other direction and allow the helicopters to embark the passengers.
It works.
They dropped down around shape harness, which is quite scary. You only have to sort of lift your arms and you could fall out of it. It was like 1 or 2 people going up at a time. And bearing in mind we were a few hundred.
Mia and her husband have to send their girls up alone.
My husband and I didn't want to say what we were feeling in words, but I could tell by looking into his face that he was just as frightened and worried as I was.
To try and speed the evacuation, survivors are dropped off on nearby ships.
To airlift the better part of 400 people is a large operation, very big.
After 30 painstaking hours, the last of the passengers on the ship are airlifted off. The survivors are brought to shore, and the injured are transferred to hospitals. One of them is Leonidas Konstantinidis, who'd been driven by fire into the sea 7 hours earlier.
I wasn't wearing a life jacket or anything. I only stayed above the surface because I was hugging the cable.
Miraculously, the wind from the storm blew a stray life raft right to him.
The life raft, the way the wind was pushing it, it had to pass between the cable I was holding and the ship.
Somehow, he made it on board.
If it weren't for this divine intervention, I wouldn't have survived.
"33 people are presumed lost in the accident. Many of them were trying to jump into the lifeboat when they fell into the sea. The still smoldering Norman Atlantic is towed to port. Gianluca La Rosa is an investigator with DigiFEMA, Italy's marine accident investigation agency. He wants to get a look at the wreckage as soon as he can.
We arrived on site immediately to determine the causes and circumstances that triggered the incident.
But investigators also need to help the courts determine if there was criminal negligence involved in the tragedy. Bernardino Chiaia is assigned to conduct a separate inquiry for the Court of Bari.
I was appointed by the Court of Justice to look for clues, possible clues of ignition of the fire.
The Norman Atlantic fire has claimed dozens of lives.
Everybody wants to know what happened on board. Why couldn't you combat the fire? Why couldn't you control it?
The answers wait inside. 5 days after the fire, the Norman Atlantic ferry is finally cool enough for investigators to go on board. It's their first glimpse of where the tragedy began.
Some walls on the ship were still glowing, with lots of smoke coming out.
They need to figure out why a modern passenger ferry like this one was somehow overwhelmed by fire.
People were lost, people died.
Thermal imagery reveals some parts of the ship are still more than 125 degrees Celsius, evidence of the fire's incredible power.
It's hard to believe that the deck, the metal sheet you're walking on, has been deformed so much by the heat.
On Vehicle Deck 4, where smoke and flames were seen first, the damage is particularly overwhelming.
All the shell from the inside was completely deformed.
From what they're seeing, investigators estimate temperatures reached over 1,000 degrees Celsius.
You could see on the steel girders the effects of the fire, like, suffering. It was almost physical.
Nothing left.
The destruction creates an enormous challenge. Investigators often rely on scorch marks to help identify a fire starting point. That's not possible here.
The magnitude of the fire was so great, it completely erased the evidence of how the fire could have started.
Some of the clues had been lost forever.
Investigators have located the ship's voyage data recorder, or VDR. It's clear from the outset, it's in bad shape.
On the VDR, you have the navigation data, the voices on the bridge, all the radio communications and all the alarms.
A VDR can be a goldmine of information, but they're designed to survive on the ocean floor, not in a 1,000-degree inferno.
It was damaged. The fire had compromised the black box.
Investigators won't know what they have until the lab does its work. They may get nothing from the VDR. Their best chance of finding out what happened on the ship lies with the crew.
The fire spread at lightning speed.
The crew is at a loss to explain the blaze.
It came out of nowhere. I noticed some smoke on the starboard side, near a truck on deck 4.
What Seaman Narduli tells them raises an immediate red flag.
Yeah, it looks like it's the exhaust from one of the refrigerator trucks.
Narduli saw smoke in the exact same area where the fire was most intense.
Seemed like the usual exhaust. It was no different.
Look, electrical systems.
Just electrical.
Investigators are surprised any refrigerator truck was running its diesel generator during the voyage.
Roll-on, roll-off ferries, they normally have an electrical system that runs your cooling system for your truck.
Investigators soon confirmed the Norman Atlantic did have high-voltage power outlets for the trucks to use, 40 of them on deck 4 alone.
When refrigerator trucks are on, they should be connected to the ship's electricity. Otherwise, it means they have to run their own generator.
There's a good reason why diesel generators shouldn't be used aboard ship. Poorly running diesels can emit dangerous sparks from their exhaust ports. Not so bad on the open road, but in a densely packed hold, it's a hazard.
If the truck is in the garage and it turns on this internal combustion engine, the probability of sparks are high.
A review of the ship's plans adds more to the theory. There were 40 power outlets available on deck 4, but on the night of the fire, there were 47 refrigerator trucks squeezed onto that deck.
For sure, some of the refrigerator trucks that were running were not connected to the ship's electricity.
Investigators now have a working theory about how the fire began. But how did it get so large and out of control so fast?
Look at the bird.
Kiaya and his team scrutinize the blackened trucks and notice something unusual.
Have you ever seen heat pattern like this? Never. Look.
Significant heat damage at the bottom of the vehicles.
How it make like this?
It was very, very surprising. Normally, as you know, heat goes up, but what we found, it was strong damage even in the lower part of the trucks. We had some tires, the wheel, the metal part of the wheel completely melted.
Somehow this fire filled the hold with super hot flames from the top all the way to the bottom.
This huge damage in the lower part of the trucks. This was the first time that I saw this kind of damage. All the trucks were cooked. Deck 4 had behaved like an oven. This was unbelievable.
Frame 156, zone 4.
We needed to unload deck 4 and deck 3 to understand if some prohibited matter was there.
Investigators wonder, was one of these trucks carrying something flammable, something that could have fed the fire and helped it spread?
It's really a burned jigsaw puzzle. We're trying to put together a picture. This fire spread very quickly and got incredibly hot. There needs to be some answers there.
Investigators study the charred wreckage of the trucks unloaded from the Norman Atlantic.
Fish.
They need to know if there was any dangerous cargo on board that might explain the out-of-control blaze.
Some trucks were carrying fish. Other trucks were carrying olive oil, yogurt and cheese from Greece.
All the makings of a New Year's feast. And nothing to explain the fire.
The exhaustive search yields nothing suspicious that would explain why the fire got so hot and spread so rapidly. Out of new leads, investigators must now pin their hopes on what the Norman Atlantic's voyage data recorder might tell them. But the blaze aboard the ship was far hotter than anything the unit was meant to withstand.
The VDR lost part of the sensory equipment that tells us exactly what equipment was operating when.
The unit hasn't retained any relevant data from the ship's instruments. So investigators will have to rely on the audio recorded on the bridge instead. They're going to try to use that to build a timeline of how the tragedy unfolded.
Alessandro. Yes. Come take a look out this window. It's smoke.
The first clue of the fire was some smoke coming out of the windows of deck 4.
Investigators note the time, 5:10 a.m.
You better go to the garage. Check it out.
7 minutes later, investigators hear a smoke alarm known as a pre-alarm.
There are all kinds of little alarms that go on a bridge, but even a pre-fire alarm is something that typically demands attention.
But the second mate still waits for word from Narduli.
Yeah, looks like the exhaust from one of the refrigerator trucks.
From the point of view of the crew, it was just the exhausting smoke of a truck with the diesel engine on. So they didn't care about this situation in the beginning.
Minutes later, the problem is clearly more serious than they thought.
That's the fire warning. Captain, we've got a fire alarm on deck 4.
Fire, fire, we've got fire. Crew call, crew call.
But it's what investigators don't hear that surprises them.
Where is the passenger fire alarm? Huh?
By this point, investigators expect to hear the sound of an alarm, alerting passengers to the emergency. But they don't.
The crew knew what was going on, but nothing was passed on to the passengers.
It was a slightly muffled sound. It was not even a fire alarm.
There was a very low announcement, which was obviously something meant for the people working on the ship.
Definitely, the internal communication did not function. There may have been damage.
Investigators theorize the fire may have eaten through the wires and cut off the alarms. The result was chaos and confusion. The recording also captured another puzzling event.
We need the directions on deck 4. Now!
Yes, sir.
The captain ordered deck 4 to be soaked in water. But the drenchers weren't able to slow this fire at all.
Captain, we can't go in. It's too hot.
Something wasn't right.
I don't understand.
Why didn't the drenchers make any difference? To find out, investigators had to trek deep inside the burned-out ferry and find the drencher room. This is where the crew's last, best hope of saving their ship failed. Investigators need to know why.
In the drencher room, we were able to detect that 4 zones had been activated.
Each valve turns on the drenchers in a different part of the ship. Investigators checked their positions to see how they were set the night of the fire and make a tragic discovery that they never expected.
Look at 4, 5, 6, 7.
A close examination of the Norman Atlantic's drencher system has led investigators to a troubling realization.
Let me get this straight.
It's clear the engineer tried to activate the drenchers as ordered, but
Valve 4 opens the drenchers on the deck 3, not 4.
the labeling system for the drencher valves was dangerously confusing.
When the engineer tries to activate the valve, he pulls the handle for the valve that he thinks it's the right one, and it's not.
The 4 activated zones were all at deck 3. The drencher never started in deck 4.
Investigators now understand why the crew wasn't able to put the fire out. But the most crucial mystery eludes them.
I still don't understand the damage we are seeing.
Why did the fire grow so incredibly hot, hot enough to melt metal?
We tried to understand how the fire progressed, and we tried to find answers about how it moved around the vehicle deck.
They create a detailed simulation using all the data they've collected, an accurate computer model, complete with virtual trucks. They run the program, but it doesn't give them what they need. The virtual fire doesn't get as hot as the real fire did. It's more like a conventional fire.
No, still not hot enough.
They're back to square one.
Get me the photos.
But investigators haven't given up.
Okay, you see here?
They notice something intriguing about the pattern of damage on deck 4.
The starboard side, right? The openings are melted and twisted.
The damage to the windows is far worse on one side than it is on the other.
If you look at the port side, it nearly looks brand new.
The discovery suggests something significant about the blaze. For investigators, that one clue,
that's it,
unlocks the puzzle.
I think I know what happened here.
What have we got? Wind is southwesterly, 55 knots. Waves is 6 meters.
Investigators suspect high winds from the winter storm that night might be the missing ingredient. But they need to test their theory.
Okay, now add wind at 55 knots.
The computer-generated wind pumps a huge supply of fresh oxygen in through the port side openings on deck 4. It stokes the blaze to monstrous proportions and incredible temperatures.
That's it. I think we got it.
Investigators believe they now understand how the Norman Atlantic disaster started and why it spiraled out of control.
Okay, so it all begins with the truck.
Because of the holiday rush, the ferry's vehicle decks are crammed with trucks, There aren't enough electrical outlets to service them all, so several refrigerator trucks have to run their own generators.
Now the truck, it's running on its own power.
Investigators think the fire likely started in a generator on one of those trucks. No matter where or which truck it was, somewhere there's a spark and a fire begins. A powerful wind is coursing straight through the vehicle deck's large openings.
A lot of oxygen was feeding the fire process, and so from the first smoke, less than 5 minutes were enough to activate a serious fire.
We need the drenchers on deck 4, now!
Once the captain is aware of the fire, he takes action.
The drenchers! Yes, sir.
The stress of the moment and a confusing numbering system mean the wrong deck is sprayed with water.
This was a terrible mistake.
Unhindered, and with the wind constantly feeding it, the blaze quickly turns deck 4 into an oven hot enough to melt metal. In minutes, the fire disables the alarms and PA system. Chaos and confusion reign.
Passengers are terrified. They don't seem to have any help from the crew.
For some, the survival instinct takes over.
I will say it, there were people, I hope they can never look themselves in the mirror, because they took life jackets out of the hands of women and children. That was just an ugly, ugly part to that whole scenario.
The lifeboats are gone.
After the captain told the crew to prepare the lifeboats, some people went ahead and evacuated without waiting for confirmation.
Abandonment is only done on the verbal order of the captain. That's how it is.
Many of those who tried to escape on the lifeboat and life rafts died.
People who remain on board have a better chance of staying safe. I believe when the captain left, he could say, all the people I tried to save, by gathering them on the upper decks, I managed to save them.
With roll-on, roll-off passenger ferries in broad use throughout Europe, the risk of another large-scale disaster is real. Accident investigators know something needs to change. The investigators hope what they've learned from the deadly Norman Atlantic disaster can be used to save lives. In their final report, DigiFEMA flags the danger of vehicle decks that are open to the elements.
If you do get in a situation where you have a fire and there is wind, and this acts like a funnel, this is a bellows. So that's a really important thing, to go back and look at the design of the vessel and how that can be improved or changed.
DigiFEMA also recommends stricter rules and enforcement regarding refrigerator trucks running their own generators while on board.
The lesson learned is that it's very important to follow the protocols that specify how to connect trucks to the electrical system.
The court-appointed investigators issue their own report, criticizing the crew for the chaos of the evacuation.
We need to be sure that our crew is able to react fast.
The people who look after the passengers, they didn't have the training and the ability to manage the people, the passengers, as part of the evacuation.
One of Italy's premier marine safety schools, known as IMAT, has already made significant advances in crew emergency training in the hope of preventing future tragedies. It's run by former cruise ship captain Rosario Trapanese.
I remember when Norman Atlantic happened, something starting from a simple fire, turning into the major disaster. How is possible that this happened?
Government and mariners alike recognize that with better training, the fire on the Norman Atlantic might not have been so deadly.
I do believe that the incident is happened because they lost a lot of time. If you see an alarm ringing or a light blinking, and you don't inform immediately who is responsible on board, and you don't know what to do, and you lose the first 4 or 5 minutes, it's too late. After the incident, the company, the owner of Norman Atlantic, give us the entire fleet for train and retrain all the crew. The training now has completely changed the vision. New kind of equipment, new kind of facilities.
The new philosophy, enhanced realism.
We are creating a real environment to let students fight a real fire. If people is well trained, but is scared, they will not act properly. You can have the best training in the world. So people must be scared during training because people need to understand what they have to face on board.
Training is no longer limited to elite teams.
The entire crew of a vessel train for the first time all together, from deck boy to captain, including all the engineers, waiters, everybody. In the end, they will have some of the most qualified crew in the world for that kind of ships.
Captain Trapanese and others are determined that those who perished in the Norman Atlantic disaster will not have done so in vain.
That loss of life has taught the world the people must be well trained.
For those who survived, the event has left an indelible mark on their lives.
My life was chosen to be saved for some reason. I think for sure there's someone up there that loves me and stayed next to me.
Once you've been to that place psychologically where your worst fear does happen, there's no going back from that. But on the other hand, we feel so lucky because we've also experienced that feeling of realizing that really all that matters is us being the family. That's a really precious feeling to hang on to and to have as a life lesson.
A fishing boat is going down off the coast of New Jersey.
We're sinking, man. Get up! Mayday! Mayday!
Water in March in New Jersey is as cold as it is off Kodiak, Alaska.
In the deadly Atlantic, the chance of survival is slim.
You just pray, Lord, be with them. There's nothing we can do.
A family is wiped out, and the father becomes the target of the investigation.
It was a very difficult situation. I'm gonna need to see the modifications to the Lady Mary.
Despite what you think, I know I'm doomed.
They was trying to put the boat sinking on me.
You got to have a strong boat or you'll die. Plain and simple, you'll die.
In the near-freezing waters of the North Atlantic, the fishing boat Lady Mary and her crew of 7 are near the end of their 5th day hauling scallops. They're working about 120 kilometers off Cape May, New Jersey, in a fertile fishing ground known as the Elephant Trunk. The captain is Royal Smith Jr., but everyone calls him Bobo.
Hey, Dad. Bobo, how y'all doing out there?
Yeah, it's pretty good, Dad.
Good. Your mama been asking for you.
Tell Mama we all okay? We love her.
The 41-year-old captain is a third-generation fisherman. His father, Royal Sr., taught him to fish when he was a boy.
My boys went out during the summer. They went on the boat with their granddaddy. So, all of them know what to do.
All right, Dad. I'll check in with you later.
Sound good, son.
Sound good. All right.
Bobo's father is known as Captain Fuzzy. He owns the Lady Mary and spent 2 years refitting her to handle the rough waters of the North Atlantic.
When I got through it, Miss Lady Mary fixing it just like I wanted, because I knew what kind of boat I needed to handle the weather.
Named after his mother, the 22-meter boat is his pride and joy. Lady Mary is fitted with a steel dredge to harvest scallops, an enclosed processing area, and holds that can store 10,000 kilograms of scallops.
Grab yourself a tea. Kettle is still hot.
Bobo's younger brother Timothy, or Timbo, is also on board.
Here you go. Celebrate his catch.
Oh, yeah.
He usually works as captain on their other ship, but on this trip, he's just one of the crew.
You should be able to fill up by tomorrow if nobody's gone to us.
Knock on wood for that.
According to Timbo's wife, the family decided to join forces on this trip, hoping to save money.
After a winter of not making any money, you know, let's everybody go out, everybody get some money in their pocket, and then we'll split up.
You guys are getting old. I thought I was the old one in the group.
Fuzzy's brother Bernie Mac and cousin Frankie help round out the crew of 7, emptying the net and shucking the scallops.
It's hard work, but they loved it. It's a fishing family, and that's what they did.
What do you think? I think more work, less talk. Okay. All right. Talk.
And I felt more secure or safe, whatever the right word is, with them on the boat, because Timmy was the captain, Bernie was the captain, Bubba was, I got 3 captains on one boat.
Well, better get back to work. All the scallops need cutting.
Oh, yeah.
Besides Lady Mary, there are other fishing boats working the regulated waters of the Elephant Trunk. Captain Mike Potter commands one of them.
Probably 35 or 40 of us out there working.
Potter knows Fuzzy and his sons very well.
We talk to each other out there. We tell each other what we're doing, try to help each other, you know. A bit of bad weather was coming, but catch was great. We were doing good, doing real well.
A full load of sea scallops is worth up to $170,000.
Oh, I think I found one. I think I've got a good one here. Oh, would you come on? Let's go. Here. Come on, we gotta get this done.
So far, they've filled 223 kilogram bags. All they need is 50 more to fill their quota. One more day could do it, but tonight, the weather is taking a turn for the worse.
We're all talking about that weather coming up. Here comes the weather, and what are we going to do? We all decided to stay.
With a quota on their catch and operating costs like fuel, food, and ice for the scallops, it all puts pressure on captains to stay out, even in rough weather. Mario Vittoni is a consultant and marine accident investigator. He understands the difficult choices fishermen have to make.
They only have so much time to make their catch, and so the weather doesn't matter. This is my time period, and if I don't fill my boat, I don't make money.
It's grueling work, and the very nature of how they harvest the scallops is dangerous. To get scallops from the sea floor, they lower a heavy steel net attached to a frame known as a dredge. It's dragged along the bottom until it's full of scallops.
If it gets caught and you power out of it, you can flip your boat. And so the dredge, it's dangerous.
Okay, guys. Jose, you done for the night? You wanna grab some shut-eye?
All right, buenas noches, amigos. Nos vemos. Good night. Wait a minute. I thought we were family. You gonna let him go first?
Most of the crew will keep working into the night. all except Timbo and crew member Jose Arias. Jose, who speaks mainly Spanish, has been a valuable crew member for the past 5 years.
Rough night?
Hey.
Man. Tired, man, I'm tired.
Sí, amigo. Cansado, muy cansado.
Yeah.
Work. Go until you drop. Every day. You get you about a 4-hour nap, you get up and go again.
Good night, man.
Then, around 5 in the morning, something goes wrong.
Damn it!
The boat is listing dangerously to its port side.
Come on, girl. Steady up, steady up. Stay with me, girl, stay with me. Damn it! Come on, girl.
Captain Bobo struggles to right the ship, but it's not working.
Jose, here!
Icy seawater is pouring in below decks.
Here! We're sinking, man. Come on, man, we're sinking. We're sinking. I don't know.
They need to get out fast or be trapped.
Let's go!
It's hard to tell why the ship is flooding, but it's clear they're sinking fast.
There's confusion, there's obviously yelling. I don't know how much time there is to have a look around and see what's going on at that point. It has got to be just terrifying.
With water temperatures near freezing, they race to get to the survival suits stored up in the wheelhouse. Can they get there in time? About an hour before sunrise, 7 crew members of the Lady Mary are in a fight for their lives. The boat is sinking in the cold Atlantic.
Drop your suit! You need to abandon ship! Now!
Timbo and Jose make it to the wheelhouse and grab survival suits. It's a terrifying moment Jose Arias will never forget.
When I got up and went upstairs to put on a suit, the boat was already tipped over and taking in water too much. I got very desperate to the point where I can almost not put on the suit.
An immersion suit can delay the onset of deadly hypothermia from minutes to precious hours.
Without anything on, definitely like that, you cannot survive.
Come on, guys! Come on!
The water in March in New Jersey is as cold as it is off Kodiak, Alaska. And cold water is 5 times more dangerous than water itself. It's not the same thing.
Jose and Timbo have got their survival suits on. In these temperatures, those suits are the crew's best hope. The boat is now listing heavily to one side. A third of the aft deck is already underwater. The Lady Mary is sinking.
Mayday! Mayday!
Just kilometers away, Mike Potter hears a frantic mayday call.
I think it was Bobo. Her voice was so shook up, they were screaming.
Mayday!
It'd give me goosebumps. Yeah.
No coordinates are heard in the mayday.
Mayday! Mayday!
Captain Potter has no idea where they are.
It was nighttime, it was blowing, it was foggy, it was raining. I couldn't even see 25 yards.
Fishermen try to hail the stricken vessel, but there's no answer. The crew is abandoning ship.
That was when the water took me. It happened very fast. I had to throw myself to the water.
Leaving the vessel and being a person in the water is the most dangerous thing in maritime. If you fall in the water and get lost, you are probably going to die, and there's a 40% chance you will not be found again at all, alive or dead.
Those who don't make it into immersion suits won't survive. Those who do are in a fight for their lives as the Lady Mary goes down in the frigid waters of the Atlantic.
It is brutal. It's an assault on the largest organ in your body, your skin. Just because you have an immersion suit on doesn't mean you're guaranteed to survive.
Jose Arias has a stroke of luck. He finds a wooden board and grabs hold. In the darkness, he can hear someone calling his name.
Jose! Jose! Viva! Viva! Jose! Jose!
They were in the water, and they would call back to each other, you know, hey, Jose, you know, hey, Timbo.
Jose!
Jose, he said, you know, eventually he didn't hear him call out anymore.
Very quickly, you use your ability to move your arms and legs, and that means you can't swim, and that means you're drowning.
Alone and losing strength, Jose struggles not to give up hope.
I asked my Creator if I came out of this with life, never again would I go back to the work of the ocean.
We all were looking for him. I just got over close to where I thought the boat went down, and hopefully when the sun would come up, we would find somebody alive. But you just pray, Lord, be with them. There's nothing we can do.
For those in the water, their last hope is Lady Mary's EPIRB, or Emergency Position Indicating Radio Beacon. It activates automatically to tell the Coast Guard where they are. More than 100 kilometers away, the Coast Guard Air Station in Atlantic City launches a search. Rescue swimmer Lake Downham is on duty. He knows that once they reach the site, they'll only have about half an hour to find survivors and pull them from the water before low fuel forces them back to base.
We're looking for boats. We're looking for anything that may be in the area of this EPIRB that's going off. The weather, the ocean, it's a dangerous environment. Even us flying over it is dangerous, so if you're not on your game, it'll bite you.
Within minutes of arriving on the scene, they spot a speck of red in the water.
We just saw a color. Somebody said it's a buoy. It's not a buoy, it's a person in a survival suit.
It's Jose.
Sentí una gran alegría.
Oh, I felt a great joy. I waved to them so that they would come back and help me. I was clinging to the board.
You could see him waving, so I knew he was alive and happy to see us. So the adrenaline starts pumping, and I knew I was going to be getting in the water.
Jose being found at sea is part the skill of the Coast Guard in making a good search pattern, but it has to be a stroke of luck as well.
Lake Downham plunges into the near-freezing sea and powers through the waves to rescue Jose.
It's a great feeling when you go help somebody.
Then the next challenge. Jose wants to bring the wooden board that's been keeping him alive.
It saved his life, so we had a little emotional bond with that plank. So we got rid of that real quick, because we don't rescue boards.
Coast Guard rescuers have pulled 3 of the 7 crew out of the water. Bobo and Timbo Smith, and Jose Arias.
I went up to the hospital, and I hear Corino scream. Yep, and I knew then that it wasn't no good news.
Timbo and Bobo Smith are gone.
I don't want to see him in that position, and I wouldn't go in there. So I knew that they had passed away. I knew that they had passed.
I gotta take a minute. he was the best. He really was. He was my soulmate.
They was wonderful boys. My life is empty without them.
I remember them as good, happy people. They had your back if you ever needed it. And those guys were special, really, because they were like brothers to me.
37 hours after the sinking, the search for the rest of the missing fishermen is called off. 6 out of 7 of the crew are dead, including 4 members of Fuzzy's family. Jose is the only survivor. Even in an industry so used to tragedy, it's a shocking loss.
I need you to get on this right away.
It's the Coast Guard's job to make sure it doesn't happen again. Kyle McAvoy will lead the investigation.
The fact that it was a commercial vessel and there was such catastrophic loss of life, I was tasked with running a formal investigation into the sinking of the Lady Mary.
Naval architect Tracy Phillips also joins the team.
Take this one here.
Please.
It was a little overwhelming at first to have been chosen for such a important task, given the number of losses of life in this incident.
With the Lady Mary at the bottom of the Atlantic, it will take all their ingenuity to find out what happened to the ship and why 6 men are dead.
Buenos dias. Thanks for coming in. We have an interpreter for you.
U.S. Coast Guard investigators looking into the loss of the Lady Mary have an obvious starting point: Jose Arias.
As the lone survivor of the case, a lot of Jose's observations were critical to how we developed things that we wanted to look at from an investigative standpoint.
We need you to tell us everything you remember about that day.
Jose, necesitamos que nos digas todo lo que pasó ese día.
It was really important to get his testimony and understand what happened on the vessel during the days leading up to the incident and then the day of the incident.
Jose tells them everything seemed normal when he and Timbo finished their shift.
Rough night?
Hey.
Tired, man, I'm tired.
Sí, amigo. Cansado, muy cansado.
Yeah.
He could hear the sounds of the crew working as usual.
He never heard any strange mechanical sounds. He was able to hear the winch that picks up the scallop dredge from his bunk room, and he was able to hear the engines running.
The next thing he knew, they were sinking.
Jose! Jose! Get up! Get up! Get up! We're sinking, man! Come on, man, we're sinking! Let's go! Let's go!
Jose tells them the boat was listing 30 degrees to its port side and flooding fast.
He never heard a general alarm. He never heard any types of explosions. He didn't see any smoke. When he went up to the pilot house, he saw the captain, Bobo, at the wheel of the vessel.
Drop your suit! You need to abandon the ship! Now!
Jose remembers Bobo at the helm, desperate to save the ship.
Come on, guys! Come on!
Help me in the way!
By then, it was already too late.
When he actually made it out onto the open back deck, about a third of the aft deck was already underwater.
The vessel was probably beyond recovery at that point. Gracias.
De nada.
Thanks for coming in.
Placer. Thank you.
Por favor, por aquí.
Investigators believe the speed of the sinking didn't leave the captain and crew much time to escape. But they know little more than that.
We had nothing to go on as to what happened to lead to that state, because unfortunately the other 6 members had perished.
One thing investigators do have is a troubling detail in the timeline of the rescue.
The Lady Mary sinks at 0540. yet the Coast Guard isn't notified till 0700. This gap here doesn't make sense.
The Coast Guard wasn't notified until an hour and 27 minutes after Lady Mary's emergency beacon was triggered. By the time they arrived, the crew had been in the water for almost 3 hours.
Water temperature 41 degrees Fahrenheit. Probable survival time 1.5 hours.
The delay meant they were in the water for up to twice the probable survival time.
We could have made it in time.
I do think people could have survived. Looking at the functional survival time of somebody, it is probable that both Timbo and Bobo may have still been alive because they were in exposure suits.
It's more devastating news for the Smith family, who've buried their 2 sons.
Everything just kept on moving, except me. That was a pretty bad time. That was a pretty bad time.
Fuzzy went into a deep state of depression, as anybody would, you know. He lost his brother, lost his 2 sons.
Determining what caused the tragic delay in the rescue will take time. Investigators turn their attention to the boat itself. Perhaps its history will provide a new lead.
The vessel was built in 1969.
Looks like the Lady Mary had some work done on her.
Lady Mary was originally built in Pascagoula, Mississippi as a shrimper and was converted to harvest scallops. For investigators, it's a red flag. Changes to a boat's original design sometimes create problems with stability, a boat's ability to stay upright in the face of large waves and high winds.
There's this tipping point. And if your boat has been changed and you don't know exactly where the stability is, you can push yourself beyond that limit.
Investigators need to know if the conversion was done properly. They book a series of meetings with Fuzzy to find out more.
We went to his office down in Cape May. It was a very difficult situation.
Captain Smith, I'm going to need to see the modifications made to the Lady Mary.
Fuzzy Smith and his lawyer are expecting the Coast Guard's scrutiny, and Fuzzy doesn't hesitate to cooperate.
There had been a lot of modifications to the vessel, particularly to the superstructure of the vessel, in that it used to have only one level of superstructure, and then Fuzzy had later added a second level.
Fuzzy's changes included a processing area where the scallops could be cut and put on ice each day, an extension to the stern, and a new wheelhouse up on the second level. All of those changes added a lot of extra weight.
Just curious, what is this modification here?
We did ask a lot of questions about the modification to understand how much weight was added to the vessel, where that weight was added, because that all factors into the stability of the vessel.
To confirm the modifications were safe, investigators want to know who designed them.
Who was your naval architect?
I didn't hire one.
May I ask why not?
I didn't need to.
Fuzzy's response is troubling. Instead of hiring a naval architect, he designed almost everything himself.
We know that making changes to boats without involving an architect and planning to see what it does to your stability is a bad idea. It's just, hey, what do I want to do to my boat? And I'll weld this thing here and put in a wedge there. And no one's done the math on how that will affect the operation.
Investigators need to know if Captain Fuzzy's modifications somehow made the Lady Mary dangerously unsafe.
They was trying to put the boat sinking on me. Huh.
Coast Guard investigators are intensely questioning Captain Fuzzy Smith. Did the modifications he designed cause the Lady Mary to sink?
Despite what you think, I know what I'm doing.
With all due respect, sir, that's what we're here to find out.
I don't know if Fuzzy would always feel that we were working together, And rightly so. Here's the government trying to pick apart certain things and understand details that are very, very sensitive.
What is this modification here?
Man, I was showing them what I done to that boat.
I extended the stern.
Everybody quieten up, because I knew what I was talking about.
I had some concrete to ballast.
The more Captain Fuzzy explains what he did, the more investigators can see his changes didn't cause the accident.
We can tell that Fuzzy was working hard to improve the vessel and to make it a better ship to work on.
You can see it's all in order.
Fuzzy added some ballast to the bottom of the vessel at the same time that he added the superstructure. And so we don't have any reason to believe that the stability of the vessel played a factor.
Investigators are going to need another lead.
What about the dredge?
What are you thinking?
What if they had some sort of problem with it?
There have been incidents where the scallop dredge gets hooked on something that's on the bottom of the ocean, and that pulls on the vessel at a strange angle, and it causes the vessel to roll or capsize. Perhaps the scallop dredge had gotten hooked on something and caused the vessel to sink.
The possibility that the dredge caused the sinking fits Jose's testimony that the crew was working when he went below.
The only way we could determine that was to get eyes on the vessel.
Aboard the Coast Guard cutter Willow, the team arrives at the site where sonar has located a wreck 64 meters below on the ocean floor. Cameras on an underwater ROV will allow them to see if it's the boat they're looking for.
There she is.
The Lady Mary comes into view.
I remember it clear as day. We could see the outline of the vessel. I don't think anybody was talking. We were just all looking down and watching the screen as they approached the vessel.
The Lady Mary is upright and appears almost perfectly intact.
Up to that point, we had no idea whether it would be sitting upright, whether it would be upside down. So there was a lot of those types of things that kind of helped clarify the picture.
Can you get to the stern?
They know if the dredge did catch on the seafloor and cause the sinking, it won't be aboard the ship.
The ROV came up over the transom of the vessel and looked down on the main deck. And then the first thing we noticed was that the scallop dredge was sitting there on the main deck.
It's proof their theory is wrong.
Well, it wasn't the dredge.
It was a big surprise to us because the initial thought was that the scallop dredge had gotten hooked on something, and so we were immediately able to rule that out as a scenario. And so our next question was, well, what did happen?
Can you move in on this? It looks like we got some debris torn off the ship.
There's another surprise.
That's the rudder.
The stern area has a lot of damage. Not only is the rudder torn off, the propeller is badly bent.
What on earth happened to this ship?
We were not expecting to see that type of damage to the vessel, and so we immediately started trying to understand what would have caused that kind of damage.
The water's too murky to analyze the damage in detail. The team's going to need another approach.
ROVs can't put their hands on anything. All you get from an ROV is that window of a picture and not the whole picture. And that's what divers can bring back.
Enter Steve Gatto, a technical diver with 30 years' experience exploring shipwrecks. He and his team regularly volunteer to help out on investigations.
Looking at this wreck in 210 feet of water, sitting upright, not a thing wrong with it. Then I got to the stern, and when I got to the stern, it was quite evident that whatever sank the Lady Mary happened here. There's where all the damage was.
Steve is convinced he knows what caused it.
The damage that was done to the 5-inch propeller shaft and propeller, kind of a smoking gun for me. In my mind, this was a collision.
Investigators now face a disturbing possibility. Was the Lady Mary the victim of a high seas hit and run? Seven weeks after the sinking of the Lady Mary, Steve Gatto's divers make a grim discovery.
There was guys searching the interior. One of the guys did find a unfurled survival suit. So he decided to drop down into the fish hole to see what might be there, and that's where he came across the body. So we carefully removed him and brought him up for the Coast Guard and the family.
Hello. Yes.
It's Bernie Mac, Fuzzy Smith's younger brother.
They found my brother Bernie. He was in the fish hole, so I assume he fell in there.
The presence of a survival suit close by suggested that he was trying to get into a survival suit and did not have the time.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
What do you think?
When investigators see the dive photos, they're also intrigued by the damage. But if it was a collision, they'll need more proof than this.
It is a fair amount of damage.
Yeah.
The rudder was no longer attached to the vessel. It was laying on the seafloor. The stern ramp of the vessel was pressed in on one side. So we immediately started trying to fully investigate whether there was a collision or not.
It wouldn't be the first time. The Elephant Trunk fishing ground is in the middle of a high-traffic area filled with ships, many en route to Delaware Bay. Servicing around 3,000 cargo ships each year, it's one of the largest port complexes in the United States. Every day, enormous ships pass through the Elephant Trunk, many of them at speeds fast enough to water ski behind.
It's just like I-95 out there on the interstate highway. You taking a ship that big, there's no way they could stop. It would take them 2 or 3 miles to even come to a stop. They could hit us and never even know it.
Sure enough, just 3 weeks after the sinking, another scallop boat, the Dictator, is struck by a massive container ship while working in the Elephant Trunk. The container ship sustained significant damage to its front end. If Lady Mary was hit, there should be a second ship out there with damage to its bow.
Damn it! Come on, girl! Steady up, steady up! Stay with me, girl, stay with me!
Just like the Dictator, when you have a collision, there's going to be damage from one vessel to the other.
Perhaps the other ship didn't even know they collided. The Coast Guard has data that should reveal if another vessel passed too close to the Lady Mary.
I need to see any deep draft vessels in the area.
You got it.
It's called the Automatic Identification System, or AIS. Using onboard GPS, it tracks the movements of large commercial vessels that are close to U.S. shores.
As we looked at the hypothesis of a collision or not, I do remember distinctively the data from the AIS poll, which showed many vessels.
Soon they narrow the many down to one.
Looks like this one came pretty close.
Maybe too close.
Container ship.
En route to Philadelphia.
There was a vessel called the Cap Beatrice that had been close to the Lady Mary at the time of the incident, so we needed to investigate that further.
The 222-meter Cap Beatrice is German-owned. On the morning the Lady Mary sank, she was approaching the port of Philadelphia at about 20 knots. Did she collide with the Lady Mary, killing 6 of the 7 people on board?
Okay. If there was a collision, let's go verify it.
Investigators track down the Cap Beatrice and search for signs of damage. Once again, the results aren't what they expect.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
After we sent our team of inspectors out to look at the Cap Beatrice, they determined that there was no indication on the front of the vessel that it was involved in any type of collision or incident.
The Cap Beatrice shows no sign of damage or repairs. But investigators still have another piece of evidence they need to check. Steve Gatto's dive photos show what looks like a streak of red paint on the damaged rudder of the Lady Mary.
Could be paint transfer?
Maybe. Just might be onto something.
The divers had noticed that there was some red paint on the rudder, and it was also fairly obvious that the hull of the Cap Beatrice had red paint.
Does the red paint match? Lady Mary's rudder is recovered from the wreck and sent to the National Transportation Safety Board for testing.
We didn't know what that red paint was, and so we wanted to try and find out exactly what it was.
The lab analyzes the paint to see if it comes from a collision with another ship.
They were able to scrape some of the layers of paint away and determine the layers of paint that were actually on the rudder from bare metal out to the color blue, which was exposed. One of those underlying layers of paint was a red paint. And so in that case, when the Lady Mary did strike the bottom, it exposed some of the underlying layers of red paint.
In other words, the red paint has nothing to do with a collision. It's just another in a long series of false leads. After months of analysis, the NTSB also concludes the damage to the rudder and to the back end of the Lady Mary was likely caused when the boat hit the sea floor.
When you look at the evidence of everything combined, the Lady Mary was not struck on the surface.
Sir, I need you to take a look at something.
With so many possibilities eliminated, investigators are left with just one critical clue. A detail from the dive footage could be the key to unlock the mystery of what sank the Lady Mary. Coast Guard investigators focus on what may be the missing piece of the puzzle of what sank the Lady Mary. Footage of the back deck reveals a smoking gun. A hatch leading into a watertight compartment is wide open.
Anytime there's a hatch that's open and the space is supposed to be watertight, we take notice.
Even more telling, there's a pump hose leading out through the open hatch. Investigators suspect the crew was trying to clear some water in the hold before the ship went down.
We think that sometime between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., something happened to cause them to open up the hatch cover and start pumping out that space. We were never able to determine what that might have been.
With the hatch open, a series of large waves could have washed over the stern and down into the hold, faster than the pump could handle.
If a wave came up and rolled onto the main deck, it would have been a very, very difficult situation for the Lady Mary to deal with.
The waves could have landed tons of seawater into the open compartment and triggered the disaster.
Damn it. Come on, girl. Steady up, steady up. Stay with me, girl, stay with me.
Water got onto the main deck and entered that space, and then it caused the back of the vessel to sink down further.
The aft section sinks down, allowing the seas to flood into the rest of the ship.
Jose! Jose! Here!
By then, it's already too late.
And you just got into a progressive cycle where more water came on and then it submerged further, and then they couldn't recover.
At that point, there was probably no way to save the vessel.
Drop your suit! We need to abandon ship! Now! Come on, guys! Come on!
As Lady Mary sinks, those who didn't make it into their survival suits die quickly in the frigid ocean. But for the three who did, Bobo, Timbo, and Jose, there's one question the Coast Guard can't let go of. Why was the Coast Guard rescue so slow, possibly costing 2 men their lives?
If the Coast Guard helicopter had been there an hour and 20 minutes earlier, it likely would have increased their chances of survival.
An examination of the Lady Mary's recovered emergency beacon reveals the tragic answer. Lady Mary's emergency beacon is not equipped with GPS, but instead relies on overhead satellites to calculate its position and relay it to rescuers. It took much longer.
Oh no, don't tell me.
What do you got?
A backup system also failed.
They entered a 0 instead of a C. The official form's wrong.
Every EPIRB is registered to its owner so they can be contacted in an emergency. But the 15-digit code identifying the Lady Mary was input incorrectly into a government database.
There was a glitch in the registration process. The EPIRB went off doing its job to send a signal of distress. That glitch in the registration of serial number in the database prevented a more timely notification to the Coast Guard as well as to Fuzzy that there may be a problem.
There was no actionable information, so they didn't send it to anybody because it could have been anywhere in the Atlantic Ocean.
The knowledge is a heavy burden for the Smith family to carry.
All the boys could swim. All the boys could swim. But that timeline made a big difference.
It's hard for me to imagine what Fuzzy was going through.
Investigators suspect Jose survived because he found that plank. It helped him keep part of his body out of the frigid water. The final Coast Guard report recommends new standards for watertight closures to prevent flooding. And new federal regulations are introduced, requiring EPIRBs to be equipped with GPS so that distress signals can be traced immediately.
Our recommendations ultimately were driving towards helping other commercial fishermen understand what happened so that they could take steps on their own accord to protect their own lives.
As for Fuzzy Smith, he's given up fishing, haunted by the last phone call with his son.
About 12, 1 o'clock, Bobo called me.
Hello.
I was going to let you know that everything is going fine.
When are you due in?
He said, well, we got 200 bags. Dad, we got 200 bags, and we got 50 more to get.
Well, if our luck holds up, you should have another 50 bags by tomorrow.
Love you, son.
Good night, Dad.
All right.
I wonder sometime right today, I should have said, yo, come on in. But I didn't.
The loss of a mammoth container ship baffles investigators.
One of the biggest questions we had was why was this ship so close to the eye of the hurricane?
The search for answers takes them to the bottom of the ocean.
Wait. What's that?
Honestly, couldn't believe what we were seeing.
350!
Why did an experienced crew
Damn it!
end up on a deadly course?
Bring the abandoned ship!
And did something happen to tip them over the edge?
Let me slip it! I'm going down! No, you're not! Come on! Go!
You know they're going through something. You know they're in pain.
Help me! You gotta get out!
They're in trouble. And they were.
Hurricane Alley in the North Atlantic is famous for its storms. And right now, the crew of the 241-meter container ship El Faro has already changed course to avoid a big one, Tropical Storm Joaquin. In command of the ship and all 32 crew members on board is Captain Michael Davidson.
Right now it's an easterly swell.
We're just gonna have to watch it. The weather pattern is crazy erratic.
The captain, he had over 24 years at sea. He'd sailed in the North Atlantic and the Alaskan runs. He was experienced with heavy weather, and he knew this ship.
El Faro is about halfway into a 2.5-day weekly run from Jacksonville, Florida to San Juan, Puerto Rico. The massive ship is carrying 11,000 tons of cargo, 391 shipping containers on deck, and 505 tractor trailers and cars in her holds. Jack Hearn is a former captain of the El Faro. He knows the ship and worked with many of her crew.
But at that point, she was roughly 40 years old and still in good condition. The steel was thick, the framing was close, and she was a powerfully built ship and powerfully engineered ship. Excellent in rough weather.
But that's about to be put to the test. Less than 12 hours into El Faro's journey, the National Hurricane Center upgrades Joaquin to a full Category 1 hurricane.
By 2 o'clock, so on your watch, you should be south of this monster.
Yeah.
It's more important than ever to avoid Joaquin. So the captains charted a course to keep a safe distance from the eye of the storm.
The captain thought that his speed and the course would place him further to the south of the hurricane. It'll be a rough night, but ultimately the storm would still be further to the north of him.
Well, I'm gonna watch a little television, I think.
Second mate and ship's navigator Danielle Randolph will stand watch overnight. The 34-year-old bridge officer is one of only 2 women on board. She's just returned from a vacation visiting her mother.
Right from kindergarten on, she wanted to work on boats, as she put it. She wanted to be out to sea. She wanted to be a sailor. She wanted to go on a big ship and loved it. And to her, the ocean was home.
Woo! It's gonna be a bumpy one.
Yeah.
The plan to outrun the storm makes sense. El Faro's main engine can deliver up to 30,000 horsepower.
This was a vessel that was capable of doing up to 20 knots. And the captain was counting on his speed as part of his, options for keeping away or clear of the storm.
But by 1 in the morning, they're hitting the edges of the storm, and it's taking a toll on the crew's nerves.
You'll feel the bow of the ship in a heavy wave. As the storm starts to build, you'll feel the lurch and the suddenness of shock. It stops everything, and it's stunning, and you wonder if it's going to come right through.
Then it gets worse.
Please be advised, Hurricane Joaquin has been upgraded to a Category 3 storm.
In less than 24 hours, Joaquin has grown from a Category 1 to a powerful Category 3 hurricane. Near its center, it's producing sustained winds of 185 kilometers an hour.
Oh my God.
Hurricane expert David Nolan tracked the storm's unusual behavior.
Joaquin did something we call rapid intensification, which is a large increase in strength over a relatively short period of time.
As the wind picks up, so does the sea. Waves begin reaching heights of 8 meters or more, with extreme waves almost twice that high.
It's a sea state that most people never get to see or experience in any way whatsoever.
It's even worse at night because you can't see anything, and all you're doing is feeling the motion of the ship and feeling and hearing the waves hit you.
Whoa!
And it actually does become frightening.
I'm gonna give the captain a call and see if he wants to come up.
In these worsening conditions, the second mate fears their present course is no longer safe.
This is the captain.
Captain, it isn't looking good up here.
She wants to change their heading to steer even farther away from the hurricane.
my track line, I've got 0200. Alter course straight south and turn.
Her alternate course would take them through a channel between Cuba and the Bahamas, sheltering them from the worst of the storm.
No, this is looking good. Stay with the course as we planned it.
Okay.
And the captain says, no, I think we're going to be okay. From the information I'm looking at, we're going to continue on.
He said to run it.
On shore, meteorologists are tracking the storm closely. It's becoming clear Joaquin is not only getting stronger, it's no longer following the projected course.
Most of the computer model forecasts originally took Joaquin to the north. I think that's what a lot of us expected to do. The fact that it continued to move southwest was really a surprise.
On board, Danielle has finished her shift and sends a worried email to her mother.
She said, I'm not sure if you've been watching the weather, but we're in a hurricane. And for her to say that, it was unusual because she never wanted to worry me. She wrote love to everyone. She never, ever signed her emails like that.
At 4 a.m., Chief Mate Steve Schultz is standing watch on the bridge, and able seaman Frank Ham is at the helm. The intensity of the storm has him on edge.
Captain, I knew by 1 a.m. the storm was coming in.
Wow, this is every day in Alaska. This is what it's like.
The captain calls on his long experience in Alaska to reassure him.
If the captain is worried or the captain is anxious, then everybody's going to be anxious and everybody's going to be worried. So realistically and professionally, you're trying to put on a brave face throughout everything. Okay? As the situation develops, we're going to stay in control, we're going to stay calm.
But something isn't right. The ship has started heeling over to one side. The crew and the captain can feel it.
We're setting, sir. Going like this.
She's being heeled over to that starboard side because all this wind and all the waves are now acting on her port side, and all these containers, all this surface that the wind and the waves can push against, they're pushing us over onto our starboard side. So we've got this wind heel that's going on.
In the enormous 8-meter seas, the main engine is having trouble keeping up. The ship is slowing down, and the wind is blowing them off course.
We're pounding a bit because we're going more easterly. We need to let her get up to speed, get a little more on our course.
It's an alarming development. The captain is depending on their speed to help keep them out of the worst of the storm.
The vessel drops speed over a period of time that's pretty significant, and that indicates that they're really near the center of the storm, which is not the place you want to be.
You can actually feel the pressure changing as you get closer to the center of a storm. Your ears will pop.
Hard right rudder.
Hard right.
It's a struggle just to hold the ship on course. And things are about to get much worse.
Bridge, Captain.
Captain, we've got flooding in number 3.
Go down to 3 hole. Start the pumps right now.
Yes, sir.
The captain is concerned. He has to be concerned. Because not only is he in bad weather and what looks to be an increasingly worse situation, now he's got flooding in his number 3 hold.
An hour before dawn, in the jaws of a hurricane, the El Faro is in trouble. Despite having altered course, the massive container ship El Faro is closer than expected to Hurricane Joaquin. Now, they're facing a crisis. The ship is taking on water.
The first thing is that where does the water come from? And how do we stop it from coming in? That's the first priority. Chief Mate, when he goes down to have a look, water is coming in through an open scuttle. Water is running down through this, and it's now down in the hold.
The scuttle is a passageway leading from a deck open to the weather down into the ship's hold. Its hatch should be closed tight, but it's come open.
Captain, it's the chief. Looks like an open scuttle.
Somehow that scuttle leaked, vibrated open, or was pounded open in rough weather and started taking in water.
With wind blowing the ship to starboard, water is pooling over the open scuttle and being funneled into a hold packed with cars and tractor trailers. The pumps can't keep up with the flooding, and it's too dangerous for the crew to try and shut the hatch.
Right next to that location is a very large hull opening that is actually built for cargo transfer and a truck to drive right through it. So you can imagine the door as large as a tractor trailer and open to the sea with water coming in, chest high. Cargo could move onto you and crush you. It's a critical situation, and you've got to fix it.
Captain Davidson comes up with a plan. He'll use the hurricane itself to help stop the flooding.
I'm gonna turn the ship. Give us a port lift so we get a better look at it.
The captain decided we're going to turn the ship so that the wind is now on the other side, on our starboard side, to try and induce more of a port list to dry out the water on the starboard side, and we're going to fix this.
Okay, I'm gonna start the turn. Left 20.
Left 20.
Just before 6 in the morning, the captain turns the El Faro into heavy, oncoming seas.
Steer 350.
350.
It takes a few minutes to turn a big, slow-moving ship, because in those heavy seas and swells, the ship isn't moving like a race car. The ship's going to take much harder rolls, and then you're going to turn and head into these high seas. So it's a very dangerous maneuver, but it's all you can do.
350.
Okay, we've got a nice port list.
As the wind pushes the ship over onto her port side, the water drains off the open hatch, and the crew can seal it shut. It should stop the flooding from getting any worse. But now there's a new problem. Down in the engine room, alarms are going off.
Damn it! I think we just lost the plan.
At the worst possible time, the ship's main engine sputters and shuts down.
The sound of losing your main engines is not a sound that you want to hear.
Manual pump.
The engineers need to restore the oil pressure if they are to have any hope of restarting the engine.
The engine room is the heart, liver, and lungs of the ship. Once the engine room is quiet, everything else on the ship ceases to operate.
Without power, El Faro is at the mercy of the hurricane's enormous waves. The situation is critical.
The ship is rolling, and it's pitching, and the engineers are down there scrambling around. We got to do this. We got to get the engine going.
I need that oil pressure back up now.
With a dead ship in a violent storm, starting the engine is their only hope to survive.
You're in a fight with a storm, and you need that propulsion system to move that ship away from the dangers and deal with each oncoming wave.
No matter what they do, the engineers can't get the engine back online.
The El Faro is now starting to drift. She's starting to turn because the waves are hitting her now, and she's starting to drift side on. And this is the one position no ship wants to be on. Beam on, exposed along her entire length. There's 100-knot winds and seas of over 35 feet.
El Faro could capsize any moment. The captain has no choice but to activate the automated Mayday signal.
All right, let's push button.
Stress button's been activated.
It's the last signal ever received from El Faro.
The ship is now beam on to the seas. We're rolling, we're uncontrollably rolling.
Bring the abandoned ship.
The general alarm has been sounded. Prepare everything to get ready to get off. Everything is breaking loose.
You okay?
Yeah, you good?
Yeah.
There you go, focus.
You know they're going through something. You know that they're in trouble. And they were.
Go, go, go.
Hours later, Hurricane Joaquin slams into the Bahamas, leaving devastation in its path. Search and rescue receive El Faro's distress signal, but the raging storm hinders the search. As hope dwindles, friends and families of the missing crew hold vigil.
We never talked about him never coming home from a ship.
It's just been a lot of agony, but then we all started pooling all our hope and our love together. It's all we're running on now, is just hope.
We were glued to the TV like everyone else, hoping for good news. Is there a chance that there could be a survivor? You hang on hope like everyone else.
7 days after El Faro's last signal, the last shreds of hope are gone. Search and rescue find floating debris strewn over 580 square kilometers. Containers, a life ring, a crushed lifeboat, but no sign of any survivors. All 33 crew on the El Faro are presumed lost at sea. It's the deadliest U.S. maritime disaster in almost 40 years.
She always said to me, if anything happens to me out at sea, Mom, it's okay. I died doing what I want to do.
That is part of our investigation. We are looking at
The U.S. Coast Guard and the National Transportation Safety Board launch an investigation to find out what happened and why.
We know that there are reports that this vessel has sunk in deep water.
It was a U.S. flag vessel that the Coast Guard oversees, and their U.S. lives, the mariners, and a large number, 33 lost. There was a definite sincere desire to figure out what happened and to not spare any expense.
Finding answers won't be easy. The wreck is lost in waters almost 5 kilometers deep. Five days after the sinking of the El Faro, investigators begin searching for answers. Brian Young is lead investigator for the National Transportation Safety Board.
El Faro was one of the biggest cases I think NTSB has ever dealt with, especially in the marine mode. And we hadn't lost an American ship and the entire crew in decades.
Captain Jason Neubauer of the U.S. Coast Guard is also assigned to the case.
From the Coast Guard standpoint, we look at all the aspects, like also accountability beyond just what caused the accident. We're looking at performance of all the people, including the mariners, the marine inspectors that looked at the ship. That's our charge.
So debris was found here and here. So this is what we're working with.
30 days after the sinking, the wreck is located by Navy sonar. Somewhere among the scattered debris is the most vital piece of evidence, the voyage data recorder. Its microphones capture conversations on the ship's bridge, and its sensors record valuable performance data. The information's then fed to a watertight capsule mounted on top of the bridge. Finding it won't be easy. The VDR is equipped with a locator beacon, but it's not working. and Alfaro's twisted wreckage is scattered across 2 square kilometers. Investigators scan the wreckage by using cameras mounted on an ROV, but after weeks of searching, there's no sign of the VDR.
We tried to put together the pieces of what may have possibly happened, and it was very difficult, especially without the VDR, to have any idea as to what the crew experienced in the last few hours.
Why did a ship receiving up-to-the-minute weather data end up in such a deadly position?
So Alfaro's there, and this is the eye of the storm.
How did they end up 20 miles from the eye of a hurricane?
That's the million-dollar question.
We knew the captain had made a phone call to the company saying that he was in the hurricane, the ship was in trouble. So what we tried to do was speak with the company representative had received the phone call to see if we can get any more details on that phone call.
So the captain said the ship was flooding and that it was in trouble.
They had some water coming into the ship and that they had lost propulsion.
Thanks for coming by.
But the captain didn't know what set off their engine problems or why they couldn't restart it. Looking for insights, investigators inspect Alfaro's sister ship, the El Yunque.
Investigating a ship underwater that is virtually unreachable is a challenge in itself. And we were lucky to have a very similar design vessel, El Yunque, to see if there was any maintenance issues.
It was about the same age, and we wanted to see what the layout of the vessel was, and also were there any problem areas from a watertight integrity standpoint.
It doesn't take them long to find a troubling clue.
Take a look at this.
Each vehicle is supposed to be secured directly to fasteners welded to the deck. But aboard El Yunque, cars are attached to long chains that run across the width of the cargo hold. It's much less secure.
On Alfaro, with the increased weather and the wet deck, and the cars only secured to a long chain, it would have been easier for the cars to break free of their lashings and move about the cargo hold, which was subject to immense forces.
Loose cargo can make a ship unstable, especially in a violent storm. The only way to know if this is what happened on Alfaro is to go back to the wreckage and find the voyage data recorder.
The question was, where was the voyage data recorder?
Andy Bowen is a principal engineer at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. Leaders in deep-sea exploration, their ship, the Atlantis, is equipped with high-definition sonar and an ROV that can hunt for small objects at great depth.
It was a particularly challenging objective.
Any luck yet?
Alfaro lies very deep in the ocean, over 4,000 meters down, because looking for something the size of a large can of coffee, which is about what the VDR is, amongst thousands of tons of ship is a little bit like a needle in a haystack.
To make matters worse, the wreck has been torn apart. The mast, and with it the VDR, is still missing.
The bridge was not on the top of the ship where you expected it to be.
Wait. What's that?
They actually found the bridge several hundred meters from the wreckage. And unfortunately, the mast, which would normally have been attached to the top of the bridge, had been separated. And that's where the VDR was.
Is that anything? No.
So if we could find the mast, which was a large object, it was quite likely that we might find the voyage data recorder connected to it. That was sort of the ideal scenario for us.
So does that bring us to the end of this section?
Not quite.
Investigators chart the location of every piece of debris and use the pattern to target their search.
How's it going?
If they've guessed wrong, the entire expedition could end in failure. NTSB investigator Sean Payne was part of the search team.
At that point, we were basically working off of adrenaline.
Okay, I'm gonna get some sleep.
I had this feeling that if we didn't find it in either my watch or the next watch, if it wasn't in that area, that our hunch that this thing was laid out in a wreckage debris field that made sense like any other accident was incorrect. So there was a lot of pressure going into that night.
A few hours into his shift, something catches his eye.
Oh my God, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Honestly couldn't believe what we were seeing when it came out of the darkness of the sea was finally the shape of the mast.
And even better, a few cables were still holding the VDR to the base.
That's it.
The Navy salvage team is brought back to recover the capsule. Its wires are entangled and need special equipment to cut them free. Investigators may finally have the evidence they need to explain why the El Faro sank, killing all 33 people on board, but only if the data survived. Nearly a year after the sinking of El Faro, investigators finally have their hands on the ship's voyage data recorder. But it's been at the bottom of the ocean for so long, they have no idea if the data has survived.
Whether or not you have an accident that occurs with 1 fatality or an accident that occurs with 33 fatalities, from my point of view in the laboratory, we're going to go as far as we can to unveil how something like this could have unfolded.
They immediately discover a sign the data is intact. The electronics are clean and dry. At NTSB headquarters in Washington, investigators begin the mammoth task of analyzing the conversations captured on the bridge while the disaster was actually unfolding.
The VDR actually recorded 26 hours of the El Faro's final voyage, started somewhere off the coast of Florida, continued on till about 7:40 a.m. when the ship sank off the coast of the Bahamas.
It's the longest recording the NTSB has ever had to analyze.
How's it coming?
Slow progress, but we're getting there. Have a seat.
The investigators listen for clues, hoping to piece together what led to the disaster.
A lot of people talk about the last words, but really it's the words that are spoken well before that that often reveal what happened in an accident.
Very difficult to listen to the entire 26 hours of audio. And the hardest part is we knew how that ending was going to happen, whereas we knew they didn't know that.
As the recording begins, the crew is already tracking the developing storm.
Right now it's an easterly swell.
We're just gonna have to watch it. The weather pattern is crazy erratic.
Yeah.
We want to know if the ship was seaworthy. Was there a problem with the watertight integrity of the vessel? And also, was the crew, did they competently handle the situation?
Bridge, Captain.
They zero in on the captain's attempts to deal with flooding in cargo hold number 3.
Go down to 3 hold. Start the pumps right now. Yes, sir.
The captain was focusing on trying to close the starboard scuttle that had been verified to be a source of flooding by the crew.
Captain, it's the chief.
Looks like an open scuttle.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the ship around. Give us a port list. See if we can get a better look at it.
So in the bridge, you can hear that they made a decision to turn the vessel to port.
We've got a nice port list.
So the crew gained access to the scuttle on the starboard side and is able to close it. Therefore, no more water is entering the cargo hold via the scuttle.
The captain's maneuver solved one problem, but as investigators listen, they discover the scuttle wasn't the only source of the flooding.
We know from the VDR that they experienced severe flooding even after closing that starboard scuttle.
Captain, I think the water level's rising. Something hit the fire main, got it ruptured. I saw cars bobbing around.
Play that again.
Something hit the fire main. Got it ruptured.
Investigators already know cars weren't secured properly on El Faro's sister ship. Now they hear how dangerous that can be.
There's a good possibility that the emergency fire main, which was in hold 3, was damaged by floating vehicles and some other debris in that area.
The fire suppression system uses seawater that is drawn into the ship through pipes.
If a car had struck the incoming pipe at the bottom of the ship that allows seawater to enter into the piping system, there's no way to stop it.
The uncontrolled flooding in cargo hold number 3 was deadly serious. But it doesn't explain what happened next.
Damn it! I think we just lost the plant.
The main engine shut down.
I need that backup now.
And despite the crew's frantic efforts, they couldn't restart it.
Without engines, she's dead in the water.
But why did they lose power? And why couldn't they get it back?
Investigators suspect something catastrophic happened when the captain turned the ship.
Damn it!
The question is, what was it?
Stairs 350.
Investigators want to know why El Faro lost her main engine at the worst possible time, in the middle of a hurricane.
I think we just lost the plant.
If the main engine continued to operate, the ship would have been able to maneuver and put the head of the ship into the wind and possibly been able to maneuver out of harm's way.
It's got to be something about the turn. They lose power right after the turn.
Bridge, Captain.
On the VDR, they hear the crew discussing a problem with low pressure in the engine's lube oil system.
We're gonna get that boiler back up in a second. We're just getting the lube oil pressure up. I need that oil pressure back up now.
Lube oil is essential. Without it, the ship's enormous main engine won't run. And as investigators study the system, they notice a quirk in the design that could explain the failure.
We had the plans of the internal parts of the lube oil sump, which is the tank that provides the oil to lubricate the main turbine.
Investigators notice the valve that feeds lube oil to the engine is offset to one side. The lopsided design means if the ship lists to port by more than 15 degrees, the flow of oil to the main engine is cut off. The timing of the disaster supports the theory. 16 minutes after the captain turned the ship, El Faro began listing by as much as 18 degrees onto her port side,
Not liking that lift.
with deadly results.
At that point, the turbine would shut down automatically.
The port list was likely more extreme than the captain was expecting. The reason why takes investigators back to the problem that made the captain turn the ship in the first place: the flooding in the hold.
Now that there's water in the hold, you have an effect called free surface effect. And this happens when volumes of water are able to shift from side to side in an open space. It adds more roll. It adds increasing power to the ship's rolling. Cars have come loose. That's adding to the weight that's moving around.
The shifting weight has tragic consequences. It helps push the ship farther to port, which not only triggers the engine shutdown, it also makes it impossible to restart.
We believe that the crew was not aware of the limitations of the engine, being exposed to such a heavy port list, and in terms of the engine room was the worst case scenario. The engineers needed the ship to be on an even keel to get the oil pressure back, but the captain needed the engine in order to get the ship to an even keel.
Without engines, it's only a matter of time before the wind and waves of Hurricane Joaquin capsized the ship, taking with her the lives of all 33 people on board. But there's one final mystery. El Faro somehow ended up just 35 kilometers from the eye of the storm. Investigators need to know why.
One of the biggest questions we had was why was this ship so close to the eye of the hurricane? Why he decided to continue on his course?
Part of the explanation could be the unusual nature of Hurricane Joaquin. Not only did it strengthen more quickly than predicted, it also changed direction. After first heading north, it turned to the southwest, straight into El Faro's path. Investigators need to know if that information ever reached the crew. Bit by bit, the conversations on the bridge suggest a tragic answer.
That is odd. Hey, Brian?
The transcripts show the crew knew the storm had changed direction, but the captain didn't.
Look at this.
What do you got?
So right there, I can tell they have the latest weather. The captain is not looking at it.
Wow.
Please be advised, Hurricane Joaquin has been upgraded to a Category 3 storm.
During the second mate's watch, she had a satellite radio on, and she had updates from SAT-C, which is a satellite signal that's sent from the National Weather Service. So the crew was receiving multiple updated weather reports.
That brings us right into the storm at 4 a.m.
They're aware that they are going to be sailing very close to the hurricane.
Captain, it isn't looking good up here.
They hear the second mate calling the captain with an urgent request to steer farther away from the storm.
For my track line, I've got 0200. Alter course straight south and turn.
And when the second mate called the captain, she suggested a course change to go directly south to escape the worst part of the weather.
But the captain was confident his course was the right one.
No, this is looking good. Stay with the course as we planned it.
Okay. He said to run it.
We do know that she was given an order to run the original course, which put them close to the eye of the storm.
The second mate tried to warn the captain of the danger. Why didn't he listen to his crew? Investigators examining the loss of the El Faro need to know why the captain didn't realize his ship was heading for the eye of a hurricane.
Information is vital. It's vital to any decision making. You can only make a decision based on as accurate information as you can get.
The El Faro had received weather updates from a variety of sources. But investigators now suspect the captain was only looking at one: a subscription service that uses easy-to-read graphics.
It's very easy to understand. It's a very graphic depiction of the weather system relative to the ship's position. And that was only emailed to the captain's email address.
Although easier to read than satellite reports, it's updated less frequently. By the time it's emailed to the captain, the forecast is already 6 hours old. It still shows Joaquin north of their planned route.
He thinks the storm is here, but it's really here.
The weather reports that he was looking at that indicated his position was to the better side of the storm, whereas in reality, the ship was in the worst quadrant of the hurricane.
Brian, the crew knew they were in trouble.
The captain didn't listen.
It's likely neither captain nor crew realized he was relying on a forecast that was dangerously out of date.
In the end, it is the captain's decision. When they were faced with the captain's answer, they followed orders.
Said to run it.
I'm sure, knowing Danielle, she was infuriated because she knew that that was not a good option. You're a captain, you're not God. Listen to your crew members.
For the captain, it's important to count down suggestions and concerns that were coming from members of his officers.
2 years after the sinking, investigators issue their final report into the tragedy.
There was a ripple effect of problems on the El Faro: flooding, propulsion, and storm. They call this sometimes an error chain, where there's a chain of events that are linked. And if any one of those things had not happened, possibly they would have survived the storm.
This is the captain.
Captain, it isn't looking good up here.
It begins with the captain's mistaken decision to ignore his crew and stay on his course.
No, this is looking good. Stay with the course as we planned it.
Okay. He said
Once El Faro was caught in the storm, she began to flood. The attempt to fix it
I'm gonna turn the ship. Give us a port list so we can get a better look at it.
caused a port list that was so extreme, it cut off the oil supply and shut down the main engine.
I think we just lost the plant.
It was impossible to restart.
Damn it!
By the time they realize what had happened, it's already too late.
Bring the abandoned ship.
In those conditions, there's no way to launch one of the lifeboats that they had. The crew knew at that point their odds of survivability were almost zero.
The final moments of the recording are heart-wrenching.
It was extremely emotional to listen to the VDR while watching the clock ticking down to the end.
Help me! You're okay. Come on. Don't freeze up.
Jump! Jump! You good?
Yeah.
There you go, focus.
You gotta get up. Help me! You gotta snap out of it. I got
You can do this.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
You can make your way up here. I can't.
The vessel's leaning over so much, I don't think that he can even climb up to get out of the bridge.
They're losing her now.
My feet are slipping. I'm going down. No, you're not. Come on. You gonna leave me? I'm not gonna leave you. Let's go.
Water is now passing freely down into the lower hold. The vessel is on our port side.
The voices of the captain and the helmsman are the last ones recorded.
I'm a gunner. No, you're not.
The ship's continued to go, and there's no stopping it at that point.
In their final reports, the Coast Guard and the NTSB make more than 63 recommendations, including better training about the working of the ship's engines and better crew communication.
I know that changes will be made as a result of these recommendations, and we are seeing some already.
It's coming for the next generation of mariners, the sons, the daughters, people that are still going out there, to learn how we can prevent these accidents from happening to us that work out there, and to other people that rely on us to do this job right.
As a captain, it's one thing to be in charge of everything and be sure of yourself, but it's another thing to also be sure of yourself, to be able to be open to suggestion.
We are at Dames Point at the El Faro Memorial. This lighthouse they had built especially for this memorial. It's a beautiful park. And this is Danielle. So all these rocks were done by family friends in Maine. This is one of my favorite pictures of Danielle. And I had her saying what she told me just before she left. At sea is where I always want to be.
A 22-minute trip on a Staten Island ferry
Everybody back!
ends in disaster.
It sounded like a bomb exploded on the boat.
Everything was just completely wiped out.
Everyone, that way.
Chaos and terror.
Am I looking for someone who might have set a bomb off?
acts of selfless heroism,
We got somebody under here.
and a race to find the truth.
The pressure is always on. Was it a terrorist attack?
Until one tip
The assistant captain said that.
breaks the case.
First time I've ever heard anything like that in any investigation.
Manhattan is a people magnet. It has a population of 1.5 million, and about 2 million more come to visit or work every weekday. Many of them travel via the Staten Island ferry service. The fleet carries more than 60,000 passengers a day.
Staten Island Ferry, probably one of the most iconic symbols we have in not only New York, but probably in the United States. A big orange boat that floats back and forth, carrying thousands of people.
The trip across New York Harbor from Manhattan to Staten Island takes just 22 minutes, and the New York City's Department of Transportation keeps up to 5 ferries in service around the clock. Passengers ride for free and get to see the sights.
I had been taking the ferry since I was a little girl, and I love the ferry. You see all the tugs and the boats and the cruise ships and the Verrazano Bridge. It's great.
October 15th, 2003. The Andrew J. Barberi, one of the biggest ships in the Staten Island fleet, is getting ready to leave Manhattan's Whitehall terminal for its 3 o'clock sailing. Captain Michael Gansis is in charge.
Windy day.
His crew of 14 includes Richard Smith as assistant captain.
Visibility's perfect, though.
Smith, an experienced mariner himself, will be at the helm on this crossing.
There's a lot of responsibility that these captains and crew have to deal with. Is the responsibility of carrying human life on board.
The Barberi carries 6,000 passengers during peak times. But rush hour is just starting. On this trip, there are only about 1,500. The first wave of commuters heading home to Staten Island after work. Audrey Biazzi is one of them.
That early group that I was with were all the workers, the construction workers, because construction, starts so early.
It's barely 2 years since the World Trade Center was destroyed in a terrorist attack. And the city, with its altered skyline, is only starting to recover.
The whole downtown area was still a mess. We had a lot of scares going on, a lot of subway scares. It was a very, very difficult time to be in New York.
Hey, Frankie. Want to find a seat?
Electrician Henry Benedritti is a seasoned regular on this route.
I took the ferry every day, Monday through Friday, I'd say, for years. And you see the same people daily, but there was never any acknowledgement of seeing each other every day, not even the nod of a head.
But today, among the hundreds of other passengers, Henry's bumped into an old friend he hasn't seen in years.
I knew Frankie Sullivan for a long time. He was an apprentice when I first met him. Frankie was just gonna be married 20 years. It was just gonna be his 20th anniversary. And he was one of the nicest guys you wanna know.
I'm heading to the other side. She's all yours.
Got it. See you shortly.
Once it leaves Manhattan, the Barberi will navigate around Governor's Island and then head southwest to the St. George Terminal on Staten Island. The Andrew Barberi travels back and forth between the two terminals all day long, but it never has to turn around. The ferry is completely symmetrical. It even has 2 identical pilot houses, one on each end of the ship. Assistant Captain Smith is commanding from the Staten Island pilot house. For the trip back, The Manhattan end will become the front of the ship, and Captain Gansas will take control. Once the passenger decks have been secured, a deckhand comes up to serve as a lookout, an extra pair of eyes to scan the harbor.
New York's one of the busiest ports on the East Coast. It's a very, very busy port with commercial traffic, so you need to be on top of that.
Any traffic? All clear.
A lookout is a person that is supposed to be exactly what it says, looking out and making sure that the vessel stays out of harm's way.
That's full ahead.
Down below, the chief engineer keeps an eye on the engines. 7 minutes into the voyage, the assistant captain takes the ferry past the route's most famous landmark, the Statue of Liberty.
The Statue of Liberty, you can't get any closer than that unless you go exactly to the Statue of Liberty, so it's beautiful.
Like many of the regular commuters on board, Audrey Biazzi relaxes into her routine.
I like to sit by the beam so that I could sleep. I could lean against it and nod for 20 minutes.
Police officer John Downey lives and works on Staten Island. It's unusual for him to be crossing the harbor during the week.
I was testifying on a search warrant in Manhattan criminal court, and I decided to take the ferry back to Staten Island because I wanted to get back, to my command and head home that day.
The Barbary is now roughly halfway through its voyage. The senior mate comes up to the pilot house. It's his job to supervise the deckhands while they help the passengers get on and off. Now that the ferry's underway, he can breathe a little easier.
How'd it go? No problem.
15 minutes in.
Approaching the KV buoy, Jersey side. Yeah, got it.
The KV buoy marks the entry into the Kill Van Kull Channel and the approach to the Staten Island ferry terminal.
That's when the vessel should be slowing down and they're going to make the approach into the slip and time to go home.
A few minutes from now, when they approach the terminal, the ferry will have to pull into one of the narrow slips. On a windy day like today, that will take some especially deft maneuvering. The gap is barely wider than the ship.
It can be very, very tricky, depending on where the wind's from, where's the wave action from, what the current's doing, and also other traffic that may be interfering with you.
Okay, I'm heading down to my mooring station. Great. See you later.
The deckhand needs to be ready to let the passengers off when the ferry docks.
Docking and undocking is going to be the busiest time. They're going to have to make sure that the passengers are keeping safe and not getting in harm's way. People are now either waking up from their sleep or putting their cell phones away or getting ready to disembark the vessel.
It's like a sixth sense, okay, it's time for you to go toward the front, so you're not in that madness trying to get off.
The ferry should be approaching the slip by now, but it's not.
And we started to walk to the front of the boat. But the odd thing was, this guy was running by toward the back of the boat, passing us. I thought that was odd.
When it shifts and slows up, you know you're coming in, and it never slowed up.
I couldn't figure out why it wasn't slowing down. And then as we were getting closer, it seemed like it was picking up more speed.
The ferry shows no sign of stopping.
Everybody back! Everybody back!
And I flew. We all flew.
It sounded like a bomb exploded on the boat.
The sound of the metal, the clanging, steel screams. It's such a high-pitched kind of sound. And then it went completely quiet.
The vessel has ground to a stop alongside a concrete maintenance pier, with its side torn wide open. Dozens on board are injured. The emergency has just begun. The inside of the stricken Staten Island ferry looks like a war zone.
Next thing you know, you hear people yelling and screaming, it's complete chaos.
There are hundreds of panicked people aboard the Barbary. Few have any idea what just happened.
All right, that way, get to the other side, move this way.
Police officer John Downey was with the NYPD when the World Trade Center was attacked. And that traumatic event was barely 2 years earlier.
And your mind races, all right, this is happening again. My first thought was that maybe someone tried to, blow up the boat. At that point, you have to pretty much figure out, am I looking for someone who might have set a bomb off? There's people running all over the place. And as they're running away from the disaster, you're running into it.
On shore, off-duty firefighter Peter Blake also tries to figure out what just happened.
When I turned and saw the boat on the construction pier there, I figured they detonated something on the boat.
The maintenance pier the ferry has hit is hundreds of meters south of the slips where it was supposed to dock. Blake jumps into action.
As a fireman, you want to get there and you want to help.
Gansas,
I'm gonna go see what's happening.
And the chief engineer both rush to find out what's going on.
Help, please! Help me!
Audrey Biasi is pinned down by debris on one of the passenger decks. She's badly hurt.
I'm ball crushed, and I can't move. I didn't know that we had crashed. I thought they blew up the front of the boat.
Somebody, can you hear me?
I thought, now I'm gonna drown, and this is how I'm going.
Henry Benedritti finds himself behind a collapsed stairway. There's no sign of his friend, Frank Sullivan.
I got hit in my leg with something that just came out of nowhere. I was able to wiggle my way out of where I was trapped. But I never saw Frankie. I thought Frankie was fine because he ran before me. I thought, he's gonna be fine.
This is Task Force Portable. I got a ferry crash in the pier with multiple injuries.
Officer Downey's instincts and training take over.
We're gonna need multiple ambulances at the terminal.
It was tag, you're it. You're the first line of defense from now until everybody gets to the dock.
What's going on? You, check damage on the main deck. You okay? Richie, are you okay?
Oh my God.
The injured passengers need help. For many, time is running out.
I need your help.
With the ferry's wrecked side against the maintenance pier, no one can get on or off the ship. Somehow, Captain Gansas has to get the ferry over to the slips so first responders can board.
We need to switch over the controls. You stay here. I'm heading over to the Manhattan side.
The captain's plan is to get his ship clear of the maintenance pier, turn it, and then dock it by its undamaged end. Off-duty firefighter Peter Blake is determined to get from the pier to the ferry, but it's too far to jump.
I was able to get a construction ladder that was left there, and I was able to bridge from the concrete pier to the boat. New York City Fire Department, we really look at ourselves as the last line of defense to try to save a life. I got some cuts going onto the boat.
Blake has crossed over into another world.
And the first person that I saw was deceased. I mean, some of the injuries, people lost their legs and their limbs. I mean, it was horrific injuries.
Captain Gansas is back in the Manhattan pilot house, but he can't start piloting yet.
Yes. Okay, I'm in position.
Transfer command now.
First, he and the engineer have to switch control over to that end of the ship.
You have the command.
Off-duty firefighter Peter Blake works his way through the passenger decks.
Hey, sir, all right? Can you hear me?
Many of the victims can no longer be helped.
I was kind of like just trying to triage at that point to see like who's actually pinned and savable and who's obviously deceased.
I'm in here!
Blake finds Audrey Biasi still pinned under debris.
We got somebody under here. What's your name?
The next thing I hear is somebody saying, there's a woman under there, let's get her out.
We're just gonna move this off you, all right?
It was kind of by luck that I came across her. She was stuck under like a piece of the steel decking.
So listen, we're gonna need some leverage.
Okay, this is gonna work.
That'd be good, yeah.
But we were able to use actual parts of the decking itself as a leverage to actually pull it off of her to get her out of it.
Captain Gansas has got his ferry away from the pier and out into the harbor. Now he can attempt to turn it around.
They had to maneuver that vessel, not knowing if the propulsion on that end of the vessel had been damaged.
There are many injured people on board. Every minute could cost lives.
At that point, it just seems like time really stood still as far as trying to get back to the terminal.
A sea of rescuers has congregated, but they're powerless to do anything.
I mean, you can see where help is, but you need to get there. So you got to get this boat into the pier.
Nice and easy. Stand by the dock.
With the ferry safely in the slip, first responders can finally board. They race onto the ship to search for survivors. Investigators need to board too. What they find is worse than anything they could have expected. "20 minutes after hell has been unleashed on the Andrew J. Barbary, the ferry now sits securely docked by its undamaged end at the terminal on Staten Island. 2/3 of the walls and windows on one side of the main passenger deck have been obliterated. Behind them, fully halfway into the ship, everything has been demolished. More than 80 people are injured, 11 of them fatally.
Everybody around me was bleeding. I was the best of the critical because I didn't lose a limb. The angels put their wings out. That's how I felt, because there was so much debris and I didn't get crushed. I was so grateful.
The Coast Guard has already arrived at the scene, led by investigator Charles Cobb.
I remember the day very, very clearly. It's one of those things that you never forget.
With Cobb is assistant investigator Richard Gonzalez.
When we got to the vessel, and that's when we realized this is really, really bad.
The main passenger deck looks like it's been detonated.
The extent of the damage and the magnitude of death and injury, that did go through our mind as we got on there. Was it a terrorist attack?
The investigators quickly determined this was no act of terrorism, but they realized the general public could fear otherwise.
This is about 2 years after 9/11, so everybody was assuming some kind of a mass attack. It turned out equally as devastating.
Off-duty firefighter Peter Blake finally leaves the ship.
I stayed and operated for probably up to maybe 2 hours. I was then told, hey man, you need to get your shoulder looked at.
He didn't run into my buddy Frankie. He was ahead of me.
Electrician Henry Benedritti is taken to a hospital and goes home that same night.
People died that day. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, they started to talk about the names of the people. And the last name they said was Frank Sullivan. Frankie had 2 kids. A wife. He didn't make it.
The horrific event has shaken the entire city.
It's a terrible tragedy. People who were on their way home, all of a sudden taken from us.
The National Transportation Safety Board puts investigator Bob Ford on the case.
So 9/11, obviously September 11, 2001, and this is October 15th, 2003. Not much time had passed. A big accident in New York, that's going to be the first thing. Oh my God, we're getting attacked again.
They need to find the truth and get word out to the public as quickly as they can.
All right, what do you got for me so far?
Let me show you.
The NTSB and the Coast Guard will work closely together. The Staten Island ferries aren't equipped with voyage data recorders, so there's no audio record of what was said in the pilot house. And no onshore security cameras captured the moment of impact.
That's a lot of damage.
So the key evidence investigators have is the mangled ferry itself.
The impact tore a gash about 200 feet long.
The severity of this accident, we couldn't figure out how it happened. It looked like the knife had been taken to the vessel from one side to the other.
50 feet deep into that thing, everything was just completely wiped out from the outside of the vessel till the midline of the vessel.
To try and understand the extreme damage inflicted on the ferry, investigators focus on the maintenance pier it collided with.
This was a concrete pier that was elevated, sticking out into the water.
Where the vessel hit the dock happened to line up with the row of windows.
We're talking about concrete against metal.
Riding into the corner of the pier, the Andrew Barberi didn't stand a chance.
The pier just sliced it, and it basically cut it open like a tuna can down the side. The only reason it didn't sink was because of where the damage was, way above the waterline.
Had this been below the waterline, people might have drowned.
The crash could have resulted in hundreds of fatalities. Investigators want to interview all 15 crew members, especially the captain and assistant captain assigned to be in the pilot house during docking.
Does he understand how serious this matter is?
Right away,
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
they're hitting roadblocks.
The captain won't be with us.
The captain, he's taken the Fifth Amendment. He's not talking.
The United States Fifth Amendment allows any person under investigation to keep silent if they fear what they say could be used against them in court.
He lawyered up and that was it.
Investigators know it was Assistant Captain Smith who was actually on the controls when the ferry crashed.
We definitely wanted to talk to the assistant captain.
But in a stunning turn of events that shocks everyone, it's impossible to interview him.
Police say one of the ferry captains, Richard Smith, fled the scene and ran home, where he shot himself with a pellet gun and slashed his wrists. He came out of his house on a stretcher in front of neighbors and is now in the hospital.
After life-saving surgery, Smith is still in no condition to talk to investigators.
I just couldn't believe it. It was the first time I've ever heard anything like that in any investigation. At this point now I'm thinking, why would he try to commit suicide? Whether he did this purposefully, or he made an error and he feels so guilty that he made an error. So we don't know. We just have to keep going on the investigation.
It's hard for investigators to understand how a qualified officer could mistakenly drive full speed into a pier in broad daylight.
Everybody back!
Why would the ferry not even slow down before the crash? If there's a mechanical issue with the Staten Island fleet that could have led to this disaster, investigators need to find it.
You always think of the mechanical problems that could happen. You could have a steering casualty, you could have an engine casualty. You don't make assumptions.
The Andrew J. Barberi is 22 years old, a workhorse that's made tens of thousands of crossings. A failure is possible.
Can you hear me? Loud and clear.
Knowing that the Barberi's powerful propulsion system could be malfunctioning, investigators tie the vessel securely to a dock, then put it through a battery of tests.
Okay, go ahead.
That was the main thing we thought this might have been, that this was a mechanical issue, that the propulsion system got stuck and pushed the vessel forward without being able to stop.
Going to full power.
Everything seems to be functioning perfectly.
Okay, shut him down.
Copy that, shutting down.
The mechanics of the vessel, the propulsion was working.
At the end of the day, it was determined that all systems were operating properly. I mean, that was ruled out probably on day 3. And so, what happened?
Investigators need a new lead, but the assistant captain is still in the hospital, unavailable to talk.
Okay, thanks.
And the captain isn't talking either, on his lawyer's advice.
I never talked to the captain. He kept giving the same answer. Based on advice from counsel, I invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
Next in the hierarchy is the senior mate. He was in the back of the pilot house when the ferry crashed.
Gentlemen, thank you for your patience.
If he'll talk, investigators hope he can shed light onto why a routine trip for 1,500 commuters came to such a horrific end.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, walk us through. Where were you and what did you see?
The senior mate of the Andrew J. Barberi was right there when the ferry rammed a maintenance pier, killing 11 people and injuring dozens more.
I guess I got to the pilot house about halfway through the trip.
The senior mate is usually patrolling the passenger decks while the ship is underway. But after the start of this trip,
How'd it go? No problem.
he was on a bench at the back of the pilot house.
It was a regular day and nothing out of the ordinary.
He wasn't on lookout duty, but because he was upstairs, he's able to tell investigators something about what happened.
Okay, I'm heading down to my mooring station.
Great. See you later.
Toward the end of the voyage, the deckhand returned to the lower decks as required, but no one came up to take over as lookout.
It was contrary to the Coast Guard regulations of having 2 people in the wheelhouse from time of departure till time of arrival. But procedures were not tightly regulated by the Staten Island Ferry operations.
So who was in the pilot house?
Just the 2 of us.
You and the assistant captain?
Yes, sir.
The protocol is the captain and the assistant captain should be on the controls as they make the approach to the dock.
But Gansas wasn't in the Staten Island pilot house. He should have been with Assistant Captain Smith during the docking, but he wasn't.
It became clear that there was a disconnect between policies and procedures and actual operations of the vessel.
Investigators learned some captains would stay at the other end of the ferry and wait there to take the helm for the return trip.
It operated that way for years, and they'd had no major problems, so clearly it was working for them in their mind.
They basically just said, hey, you take this side, I'll take that side. What can go wrong?
The assistant captain was left alone at the helm, piloting a ship with 1,500 passengers on board. And from where the senior mate was sitting, he couldn't see well enough to help.
I don't really know what happened. It just... nothing out of the ordinary, and then bang.
What's going on? You check damage on the main deck.
The senior mate was quickly sent to help deal with the emergency, so he doesn't know what happened in the pilot house after that.
Well, I appreciate your time.
Investigators have gotten a glimpse into the flawed day-to-day operations on the Staten Island ferries.
Thank you again.
But they still don't understand why an assistant captain with years of experience would sail right past the slip and ram the ferry into a pier.
We're stuck with paperwork, I'm afraid.
Human factors specialist Barry Strouch is brought in on the case. His particular experience makes him uniquely qualified.
I had personally worked on 2 accidents on large transport systems that were later determined to be mass homicides. It's a natural question. The assistant captain did not alter the course of the vessel, did not slow the speed. Was he suicidal in any way?
Strouch looks into the 55-year-old assistant captain's records. He discovers Smith has an impeccable reputation. His annual performance reviews are all rated superior or outstanding.
It's impressive.
Every person we talked to, his records showed a diligent, motivated employee who liked his job and liked his life.
How was life on the oil rigs? A lot worse than this. The winds were just vicious.
When investigators interview Smith's colleagues and family, they find no suggestion Smith was suicidal before the crash. Strouch concludes Smith's suicide attempt was likely caused by distress after the accident.
This assistant captain was so distraught by what he felt was his responsibility for the accident that he attempted suicide as a way of reacting to his feeling of remorse.
But if he didn't ram the pier deliberately, what did happen? Investigators need to know more about Smith's actions before he fled the ship. There's someone else who saw him after the crash.
The engineer talked to him right after.
Stay here. I'm gonna go see what's happening. Okay.
The chief engineer was one of the last people to talk to Smith before he disappeared that day.
So go ahead.
It was right after we hit.
He shares a critical detail.
He said he blacked out or passed out.
The assistant captain said that.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
What happened?
I think I passed out.
Well, he said I blacked out or I passed out.
Did he fall asleep? Was it a medical condition? Did he have a stroke?
Investigators have urgent questions that need answers.
We started saying, why would he black out?
Investigators are faced with a startling revelation. The assistant captain of the Andrew Barbary may have blacked out moments before the fatal crash.
We needed to find out why he had the event, what caused it, and that just got the chain going.
They want to talk to him more than ever, but they can't.
After his hospital stay, his lawyer recommended that he not speak to us, and we were never able to actually interview the assistant captain.
With no lead from Smith himself, investigators must consider every possible scenario for why he would have blacked out.
Alcohol tests?
Drug and alcohol, the pressure is always on. So you don't rule it out until you can start getting your facts in place.
Investigators have the results of a blood test done on the assistant captain when he was taken to the hospital.
Negative. Test came back clean.
Investigators turn to the ferry crew's work schedule. Shifts are typically 8 hours long, but intensive.
The Staten Island ferry, for each shift, they pretty much ran on a 30-minute schedule, and they would run nonstop until the shift ended.
Could Assistant Captain Smith have been so tired that he lost consciousness at the worst possible moment?
In order for that to happen, the person has to be basically exhausted. In other words, it's someone who is that tired that he or she can't control himself or herself to stay awake.
How was life on the oil rigs? A lot worse than this.
The deckhand serving as lookout said Smith seemed normal just minutes before the crash.
Okay, I'm heading down to my mooring station. Great. See you later.
Interviews with family back that up.
His wife says sleep schedule is normal.
We've ruled out fatigue from what we learned about his sleep-wake patterns and his work schedule.
Okay. How are we doing on his medical records?
Because of the fact that he had what he described as passed out on the vessel, we needed to get as many medical records as we can.
I've got his Coast Guard forms right here.
There's always the possibility that a heart attack or stroke or something else causes the incapacitation.
Investigators scrutinized Smith's medical records, starting with his 719K. This boilerplate form is a safeguard created by the Coast Guard itself to ensure seafarers are healthy and physically fit for duty.
The 719K specifies all medical conditions that the individual has or medication that they're taking, and it's signed by the physician certifying that the person is qualified to hold a license.
According to Smith's 719K, he's in excellent health. None of the records Strauch has seen explain why the assistant captain might have blacked out at the controls.
There's got to be more.
Strauch is determined to keep digging.
More than likely, there was other information out there that would be able to help us answer that question as to what happened on the ferry. We had to rule everything out.
He thinks of a way to look beyond the 719K and maybe get closer to the truth.
I took a guess that the pharmacies would tell us something. And I was prepared to go to every local pharmacy near where the assistant captain lived and just ask them if they had information about medications that they dispensed to the assistant captain.
Investigators visit a pharmacy near Smith's home and hit the jackpot.
There's another one. This one's a painkiller.
Smith was on a cocktail of prescriptions for a variety of conditions.
The assistant captain had been on prescription medication for several years, which he had not reported to the Coast Guard.
For Strauch, it's a shocking revelation.
That's quite the list.
To navigate a ferry with a capacity of several thousand people through one of the busiest harbors in the world required alertness at all times, quick reaction time, the ability to sustain attention, and the ability to distinguish between what's relevant in the environment and what is irrelevant, to focus. The assistant captain had been taking prescription pain medications for chronic back pain. And he'd been taking that for at least several months, and he continued to maintain his work schedule.
One of the pain medications Smith has been taking is tramadol, a drug with a concerning list of side effects.
Dizziness, drowsiness.
And there it is.
Blurred vision, fainting, seizures.
One of the potential side effects of tramadol is seizure. So it's very possible that the tramadol led to his incapacitation.
The whole point of the Coast Guard's 719K is to flag mariners at medical risk to protect the lives of passengers and crew. That didn't happen this time. Investigators need to find out why. The assistant captain who crashed the Andrew J. Barbary had a signed 719K form stating that he was healthy and fit to pilot a ship, and that he wasn't taking any medications. But investigators now know that wasn't true.
He was taking prescription medications that could cause all kinds of adverse effects, and nobody knew about it.
When investigators follow the paper trail, they make a surprising discovery.
The doctor that prescribed that medication was also the doctor that signed his Coast Guard 719K form, in which he attested that the assistant captain was not taking medication. I had never seen a case where a physician and a mariner together falsified a form.
I cannot for the life of me understand why a doctor would sign off, oh yeah, okay, I'll sign it off for the Coast Guard. That just absolutely bewildered me.
It's unbelievable.
That falsified medical form allowed Smith to renew his mariner's license without anyone taking a second glance. And it set the stage for a disaster. On the day of the crash, nobody knew Smith was at risk for any side effects. And the crew of the Andrew Barbary went about their business as usual.
I'm heading to the other side. It was all yours.
Got it. See you shortly.
Captain Gansas was never in the Staten Island pilot house after the Barbary got underway. Worse, he didn't join Smith for the docking the way he was supposed to.
See you later.
As the ship neared the end of its journey, the deckhand also left to carry out his other duties. No one came to replace him, leaving Assistant Captain Smith alone at the helm from that point on. In the final minutes before the ship was supposed to dock, Smith likely blacked out, perhaps overcome by the effects of his prescription medications.
Had Captain Gansas been on the pilot house, or if they had a active lookout, he would have been able to see that Captain Smith had passed out on the controls and take an action.
Incapacitated, Smith sailed the ferry right past the terminal at cruising speed. No one suspected anything.
What are we gonna do?
Until it was too late.
What the?
Serious flaws in the system allowed this horrific disaster to happen. The work investigators did in uncovering them have resulted in much-needed change.
There was a major shakedown in the ferry operations in Staten Island that hopefully will prevent this from happening again.
They made enormous improvements in the safety of the operations. They make sure always that there are 2 licensed mariners in the pilot house during all phases of the operation.
As a result of the NTSB's report, the Coast Guard toughens its regulations to help ensure crews are fit for work.
New rules were implemented regarding overall health, everything from sleep apnea to being obese. Now, merchant mariners are required to maintain a certain level of physical fitness and readiness.
The report also recommends that the Coast Guard overhaul the way they analyze and track mariners' health to make it harder for people to get around the regulations.
The NTSB, a lot of times they do issue pretty harsh recommendations, but it is an eye-opener sometimes.
At the end of the day, what the Coast Guard wants is safety at sea.
In the courts, Assistant Captain Smith pleads guilty to 11 counts of seaman's manslaughter and to lying on his Coast Guard medical report. He receives an 18-month prison sentence. Smith's physician is put on probation for 1 year. Captain Gansas loses his job, ending his career as a mariner. The Department of Transportation is also faulted for poor oversight of their ferries, and the Director of Ferry Operations is sentenced to prison for 1 year plus a day for seaman's manslaughter. October 15th, 2003 was a day that took the lives of 11 people and forever changed the lives of many others, including Audrey Biasi.
It was like changing a channel. I was living one life, and then somebody changed the channel, and that life was over with. But I was grateful I was alive.
Henry Benedritti lives with the loss of his friend, Frank Sullivan.
I hope Frankie's resting in peace. And I hope that his children and his wife have been able to move forward even in the eyes of this tragedy. You know, he was one of the good guys. He really was.
John Downey is inducted into the NYPD's Honor Legion for his actions that day.
When you're a cop, you're kind of on duty 24/7. I didn't do anything different than any other New York City cop would have did that day.
Firefighter Peter Blaich is now retired, but he hasn't left the Andrew J. Barbary behind.
In a crazy way, it unites us all. It's sad, right? Because it takes something like a 9/11 or a ferry crash to bring us all together and forget about all the day in and day out nonsense and say, okay, we're all human and we all care about each other and we're all trying to just save each other.